Запрошую починати нашу конференцію.
Good morning, my name is Alexander. I would invite you to take your seats. We have here Stephen Nix, Director of the International Republican Institute for Eurasia, and Hopper, Director of the Bureau of Democracy and Governance of USAID Mission to Ukraine, Mustafa Nayem, Head of the State Agency for Infrastructure Recovery and Development of Ukraine, and Vitaly Klitschko, Chairman of the Association of Ukrainian Cities, Mayor of Kiev. It is so nice to see you. I think that we can start our conference. Mustafa, if you see him, please let him know that he can join us. I saw that he's somewhere here. Hello, dear participants of another conference on democratic governance. This is the event which the mayors are always waiting for, the event which the experts are waiting for, the event which the sociologists, the opposition, the media, the journalists and the civil society are waiting for. It is so nice to see you and welcome you here. So I give the floor for the beginning, Stephen Nix, the director of the International Republican Institute for Eurasia, or as he says, Mr. Stepan, right?
Шановні колеги, вітаємо.
Dear colleagues, I welcome you at this conference. We're so happy to be here with you during this 9th conference which we organized, and I hope there will be more. Today there will be a very important information because we have created a national poll for you. This national survey is done in each of the 21 cities. We've had 16,000 of interviews, face-to-face, not by phone, face-to-face interviews. And that means that we have 800 interviews in each of the cities, 21 cities. We have done that because it's so important that the people should know, and the leaders should know, what people would like to achieve. That's incredibly important, especially during the war. The services, water supply, transport, electricity, that is so important today, you know. And I hope that this information will help you, and I think that it will help you. I will not just take much of your time because it's very important to hear Mayor Klitschko and Mustafa Nayem. I'm just a modest lawyer, but we're happy to be here, and I hope that we'll have very specific discussions after that. And I thank you. I wish you a good day. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Stephen, we know that you're a very acting lawyer, so give the greetings to your friends for the voices which they give for Ukraine in the United States. Now I give the floor to Ann Hopper, Director of the Bureau of Democracy and Governance of USAID Mission to Ukraine, please. Thank you, Alexander. Good morning, dear colleagues.
Colleagues, a moment to put on your earphones, but on behalf of the U.S. Embassy and U.S. Agency for International Development, it's a real pleasure to be here today, and especially to be supporting our partners at the International Republican Institute, who are our hosts for today's conference, and of course to be here together with so many partners, colleagues, brave fighters at the national and local level. There are a lot of big personalities, a lot of opinions, a lot of experience here in this room, but we're all here together because we know that Ukraine's recovery is going to be driven by your local communities. From democratic governance to decentralized power distribution to constructing fortifications to schools and municipal services, decentralization is at the heart of what has kept Ukraine so strong and resilient over the terrible and incredible past 27 months. USAID is incredibly proud to support our partners at the local level, so many of you through programs like IRI, through our local governance programs, Dobre, Hoverla, to hundreds, if not thousands, of civil society organizations, private sector, small and medium-sized enterprises at the local level, but we're also really proud partners of the national institutions that enable your success, that help bring you and all of us together to show the democratic face of Ukraine to the entire world, and which so many of you will be showing to the world in Berlin next week. Really excited for the rest of the discussion today. Thank you again to IRI for bringing us together, to Mayor Klitschko, Mustafa for being here, and appreciate the invitation. Thanks, Alexander.
Дякую, пані.
Thank you, Anne. Really, next week in Berlin there will be the record number of the representatives of Ukrainian communities in bigger cities and smaller communities, the most powerful delegation of the local self-governance. And we do have hopes that the process of decentralized recovery will be going through the communities, through the local self-governance. However, we can speak about that. I can see Vitaly is already smiling, reacting to my words. I said we have expectations. We are not that confident, but still we'll fight for that. And I'm giving the floor to the representative from the state, because Mustafa Nayem is the head of the State Agency for Infrastructure Recovery and Development. Mustafa, please. Good day. Thank you for the invitation. I would like, well, without any formalities, I'd like to say a couple of points about the state and local levels. You know that now we have a huge debates on the recovery of the country, and lots of our partners from within and from beyond ask whether it is possible to recover during the war. I think that as of now, we need to say that we are not speaking about recovery, we're speaking about survival. All of our country is doing whatever we can for the survival. All of our projects are the part of the helping going on and taking part in the war. The biggest issue, and I'm often mentioning it, that our society still does not understand that recovery is the part of our war. Recovery of roads, of logistics, the basic things from on the places. This is the part of our war, the part of what allows us to win. As for the local self-governance, as it is the main topic today, I'm deeply sure that without local self-governance, without the strengthening mayors, communities, local administrations, we would be never able to recover the country. The attempts of any of the state authorities, any officials in Kiev to centralize the issue of recovery is a failure. It is just impossible, because at the level of our agency, we understand how hard it is when you begin to work at a stranger's area. I don't mean just someone's area, but when we have local self-governance, when they can do their work and the state begins to interfere and starts to do something on its own, it's always a failure. The main objective, as it seems to me, for the state to understand the role, which is that for the first in our history we faced the situation that the state has to take responsibility and still shouldn't interfere, and help and support and strengthen local self-governance. The attempts to take the budgets, to act against self-governance, to cut the budgets, and to take the money, which is as if useless, is a failure. This is what unfortunately is taking place in many cases. We as the state agency are working with all the communities, all the regions. We have a feeling that now, unfortunately, in our state, there are lots of gaps in strengthening of local self-governance. All of those conversations that we will build back better, well, I do apologize, but it's just nuisance. We cannot do that, because when the people are at the places, they need to have this expertise. If we have the projects which were done by the people who were doing that during the last 30 years in the same way, the reconstruction will be in the same way as well. If local self-governance doesn't have support from Kyiv level, doesn't have an opportunity to distribute their own money, unfortunately we won't be able to recover the country. Only the strengthening of local self-governing authorities and their support may help us do that quickly in the amount and volume which we need. And I have a request to all of the presentees. Don't rely upon someone doing that in the country and someone is thinking. Everybody has his and her own issues and headaches. Think about yourselves and how to strengthen yourself. To strengthen in training, first of all, training, that's the most important. To study how to work with international money. That is what expecting for us in the future. We will not have money for recovery in the budget. The biggest part of what is given for recovery is the international money. The local self-governing who know how to work with international institutions are more successful. So train and study and do that yourselves. Secondly, you need to train your people to do that transparently, because the biggest asset which we have now is not the money. Maybe this is not that popular, but still, we'll have lots of money, but we don't have projects. We don't have the people who can implement that. We don't have the vision how it should be done. Train your people to plan. Train your people to do the proper projects. And the second point, what we have, and which is the biggest asset of our state since the very beginning, is the trust. We were trusted, and they gave us weapons, unfortunately a bit too late, only because they believed that we can counter the enemy. The same will happen in the recovery. If we don't have the trust to those who use the money, we will not have the money. If there is no trust that it will be done transparently and efficiently, there will not be money. If there are projects and trust and capacities, there will be money and recovery. Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa. And Vitaly, please, traditionally, when I'm giving the floor to you, it's always two status. On the one hand, you are the mayor of the hosting city and the mayor of the Kiev and the participant of the ranking, and also you are the leader of the communities of mayors who are present here. I can see Boris, Ruslan, Alexander. I can see lots of city mayors. Sorry, not for listing all of you, but still, speak as the head of the community and the leader of local self-governance process. Please, Vitaly, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear friends. Good morning, our international partners, USAID and all the representatives of this organization. I would like to greet and to welcome all of the city mayors, my colleagues. I'd like to welcome, I can see our foreign partners for the support, because lots of things depends on our common work. It's nice that we found an opportunity to meet and to discuss these issues. And from behalf, as it was mentioned, of more than 1,000 communities, I would like to greet and welcome all of you for the systematic support of Ukraine and systematic implementation of decentralization. We are speaking about that as one of the most successful reforms which used to be conducted, and decentralization needs to go on and not in the reverse way, how it is unfortunately taking place recently. Let me just not only speak about the speech, my own speech, which I prepared beforehand. I was smiling when you were mentioning cooperation, central authorities and local level and international partners. Yes, responsibility. I think it's not every country has. I think that every country has such complicated relations between the local and central authorities, but when we have combats and warfare, when we need to unite and to help each other, it has a totally different sense. And we need to do that now. We need to unite. Unfortunately, there are lots of people in the central authorities who do not understand one of the components. I would like to quote a classic, Gerb Milborn. Well, maybe, unfortunately, he's not with us today, but I'm always repeating his words. Local self-governance is created in the democratic states, from the bottom to the top, always. And in the authoritarian, someone is trying to create local self-governance, do they? We do remember the times of Yanukovych, from top to bottom, when the central authorities were creating local self-governance. And, you know, those are signs. Well, lots of things are happening in our city when the central authorities know better what is at the places and what to do with that. That is the first point. In a nutshell, I would like, well, before speaking about the key points, it's very nice that Mustafa understands lots of things. He's taking part in the congresses conducted by the central authorities, so I'd like to mention that what's interesting for me, and I can see lots of city mayors as well, when they start to tell about anything according to their papers and documents and speeches, and when we hear the questions, they answer reading the answer. Thank you for the question, and they read the answer. I paid attention to that. But I paid attention to the fact that Mustafa was never reading from the paper. On the other hand, we know each other for so many years, and I'm sure that the points which are really taking place in the recovery process are important ones, and incredibly important to have the proper support and understanding of all of the processes. I heard there are some rumors, Mustafa, that someone doesn't like you. Well, we are all here are not St. Nicholas, it's not St. Nicholas Day, so as everybody liked us. Still, you're accomplishing a very important function, so I do hope you will do that from now on as well. As for the recovery, first, as Mustafa said, we need to repel this invasion, and local self-governance is playing a very significant role in that as well, and then there will be recovery. But again, I'd like to say, so as we could definitely have the understanding, the recovery, first and foremost, just pay attention to that, are not houses, bridges, roads, and all the rest. Recovery is the reform, first of all. In other case, otherwise, you can just pour trillions of dollars into Ukraine and there won't be any outcome. Because we need anti-corruption reform, we need the reform of the prosecutor's office, the legal reform. We need to finalize the reform of the local self-governance. So reforms is the recovery. And according to these reforms, we'll achieve the outcomes, which will be the success of the country, because success of the Ukrainians is the best response to our partners who are supporting us. And our success is the best response to the Russian Federation and Mr. Putin, because we need to be strong, successful, and that is our key task. As for today's forum, I would like to say a couple of points about that as well. Today we'll publish the outcomes of the 9th survey, so let us now watch the assessment of the previous 10 years, from the beginning of the reforms on decentralization by the municipalities. All of that was done by the Association of Cities, year by year, the dynamics. Just pay attention to that. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the ranking of municipalities for us, mayors, was almost losing its competitive component. We have misunderstandings, and sometimes even key misunderstandings about military administrations. Mobilization is now the burden of the local self-governing authorities. Then I have the question, what the military administration does? Because the law does not prescribe that specifically. Where is the end of the authorities of the local self-governance authorities, and where the military administration authorities start? This is the constant temptation to look at the budget, to impact, and honestly speaking and communicating with many mayors of the cities, almost in each of the regions, there are certain complications connected with the authorities, between the local self-governing authorities and military administrations. We understand the responsibility is not only for the services for the residents and citizens, that is on our shoulders, that is a hard situation. We communicate with each of the city mayors since the beginning of the mobilization, services provision, but who should provide the services? Sorry. The military are going along the best way possible. They go to the communal enterprise and they have already the criteria how to choose the people. Who can be mobilized, who cannot. And our criteria depend on whether we are able to provide the services. It is not a secret. I will be speaking about Kyiv city, but I'm sure that we have the same situation in each of the cities where we provide the services. 50% of transport. We lack drivers. They are mobilized. The heads of locomotives, and we have the increase of time between the underground trains. Now we are getting ready for the heating season, but we lack welders and different professions, which are we feel this critical lack. We are now almost on the fringe. This is the hard situation in other spheres, and life capacity of the cities depend on that. It's not only about the capital city, it's about any community, and it's really nice when the military administration listens to us and, in fact, does anything. But it's really bad when we see just the plan accomplishment, but it can have long-term consequences. I'm sure that I don't need to tell you which consequences we can reach. These are the hard challenges. Still, we are trying to approach to the key strategies, conceptual strategic things. And the Association of Cities, together with our international institutions, have prepared the concept of the recovery of local self-governance.
For Ukraine, the materials presented in open sources, and you can familiarize yourselves if you wish. I was referring to Georg Milbrand, Professor Milbrand, and I hope sincerely and very much that there will be a special panel in Berlin. And my hope is based on the fact that local self-governance is not invited to contribute to this recovery project, and local self-governance is one of the pillars. And the German government and the Ukrainian government are jointly engaged preparing this, but the panel local self-governance reform and decentralization key challenges should happen in Berlin. And we have representatives here of the presidential office, I believe. So please get the message across to the parties concerned. Well, without local self-governance involved, myself as a person who spent 25 years of one's lives in Germany, I plan to approach the German authorities and the German party to arrange for such a panel. After all, it might sound comical. Ukraine presented in Germany via some German intermediaries, not directly as a Ukrainian side, but the panel should happen. Local self-governance are the key challenges, and also representatives should take part in this panel. I would like to thank Georg Milbrand, a man of great knowledge, basically swallowed the dictionary of local self-governance, we can say that, and he is helping very fervently and productively. I'd like to thank G7, Congress, Local Regional Authorities, Council of Municipalities, European Alliance for Towns, Municipalities and Regions, and also thank everyone for this opportunity to develop our joint strategic vision of development, for development of local self-governance for 10 years. You might smile at that, but Of course, we cannot foretell the future, but we are getting ready for it anyway. And we are going to present results of the poll or survey, and to improve our own work and continue with development of democratic principles and institutions in Ukraine. This is extremely important right now, right here, especially, and of course after the victory. As Mustafa put it, would put it, I'd like to make the same emphasis. We are being helped, but the window of opportunity, the proverbial one, is not always wide open, and it can shut itself rapidly, and we can expect difficult times ahead of us. Concept for development of local self-governance and reforms related to it, and many areas for development of Ukraine, it is extremely important to arrange for a recovery of Ukraine, rebuild Ukraine as soon as possible, and especially when the war is finally over and the victory is there. This is a great burden to rest upon the shoulders of local self-governors. Sorry for trespassing on your time unduly, but I had my points to voice, and I've done that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are awaiting patiently presentation of this survey. Now we come into it. I promise Professor Milbrandt is attending. He confirmed his participation. We'll have minutes. Nikolaev and other mayors at the conference. I hope that they will present the joint forces of Ukrainian self-governance. You were referring to Mustafa here, so let me play it back to him now, and then the presentation. So if somebody insists, please, you can join the discussion. The floor is open, basically. I would like to ask the floor, are there any civil servants among us in our midst? Civil servants working for the government? Well, now we are being watched by our colleagues in municipalities, in the regions, in the field, and they might see us as a laughingstock, basically, because in our country, in our state, I'm not a functionary by training, but now I'm on the force, so to speak. And we have this customary attitude. Bureaucrat means corrupt person. But all this work being done, is done by middle managers, heads of cells, units, sections, divisions, the highest. And this is all funded by USAID and supported by the international partners. So here's my request. Analyze the payroll of civil servants, because we have the biggest budget gap that is being breached by the international institutions. The state have no money for that. But when they discuss corruption in the law enforcement and in recovery or state administrations or any other governmental bodies, my question to the IFIs in question: when you provide the money for the Ministry of Finance in Ukraine, and we will have a detective, an investigator from a law enforcement getting 60 to 70,000 hryvnias, and district level administration, can you imagine the minimum, ladies and gentlemen? It's 9,000 hryvnias, 10,000 hryvnias, 16,000 hryvnias, and in the payroll 22,000 hryvnias for construction workers, a laborer, basically. And somebody signing the cost estimate gets 16. And the law enforcement officer 4 to 5 times higher. And this is all provided by the IFIs. And so unless we regard civil servants as principal enablers for all our plans, dreams, and reforms, we will always stay trapped, because people watching over gets more than the people who disperse the funds. So the civil servants experienced the brain drain unheard of. RI specialist $2,000 to $3,000. Who needs 16,000 hryvnias with the criminal liability hovering over them? Crazy boss, probably, and the attitude of the public seeing a corrupt person. Then why should they go for it? Recovery is to be done by those people. I would like to approach the IRI and all the international institutions. Please look into the payroll, follow the money, and if you provide the funds and the law enforcement bloc gets the lion's share of the budget that is appropriated, who pays for it? You do. So why does it happen? Why nobody would say and admit that the best specialists from administrations, from the ministries, from governmental agency join the international projects because of the money. They follow the money too. And it's from 8 to 6 or 9 to 5. And that's regular. So what we retain is the worst workforce. We lost 30% of our workforce. People come to us and they say, we want to do recovery, but we have families to provide for, and that never happens in a self-propelled way. So if the government does not pay or do not pay, somebody has to. Some subcontractors signing off for the cost estimates for billions, and they pay $500 to some specialist to sign it off, to accept it. These are our hands, our arms. And you have to provide for the civil service having the right payroll, the payroll they deserve. Well, if it is not completely realistic, it should be at least tolerable and bearable. And the corrupt government is a notion that is here to stay. But it is not in our DNA. This is all procedural, and this is being funded by the IFIs directly. So I would like to call upon you, have a survey for the payroll, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economy, law enforcement, and state agencies, and the bodies responsible for our recovery. And then we'll see where the investments go and how the cash is spent. Thank you. First of all, I think all those points ring the bell in the heads and souls of the municipal activists here. Well, the government felt it from the 1st of January. For the local self-governance, this has been a long story and an old pain. So, Vitaly, Mustafa, Stephen, and we would like to thank you for opening the conference. So now this survey long awaited, the survey much expected, the survey that is presenting the most important things Mustafa was referring to: more self-governance, more decentralization, more funds, more satisfaction and loyalty on the part of the people, and this will be all reflected in the indicators. So, thank you for participating in our conference, and thank you for your faith and your stance. Now, Любомир Мисів, Василь Кубіда, Максим Самолюк, Руслан Рохов, and Oksana Prodan will be presenting their results. Любомир Мисів, Deputy Head of Social Group Rating of Social Regional Development, Maxim Samaluk from the Congress of Regional Local Authorities, Ruslan Rokhov, Government Partner of PGR Consulting Group, LC, and Oksana Prodan as our brilliant moderator from the Association of Ukrainian Municipalities. But this is not the only hat she's wearing. Well, a very good morning to all of you. Now we are getting to the point of this whole assembly, and we are talking about the payroll for the municipal functionaries, much underpaid, and much more so than the civil servants at the central level. But they still are drivers of decentralization, and they provide people with all the necessaries that they might require. Well, I do not intend to repeat all the names and titles here. This is the 9th all Ukrainian municipal survey. So, Deputy Director of Rating Social Research Group, Любомир Мисів. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank ever so much all those people who made this possible for the 9th time since 2001, and after the full-scale invasion. Our rating group, on request, contracted by RI, has the biggest service, 21 original capital, 16,800 respondents, 100 questions in the form, and more than 200 interviewers. So the rating and IRI together in that 44 reports a month of field work, and this all of this became possible, and the acknowledgement, the credit goes to the armed forces of Ukraine. Now about the outcomes. Well, when I, for the first time, saw some reports from the field, I had this mixed feeling. What was I supposed to do with that? How to compare it to what, and how to interpret it? Because this is the full-scale invasion situation. This is unique, and there is no comparison, because this is a totally different situation. Of course, we have to look for some solutions, and it's a different philosophy of this thing altogether. So I tried to attach a common denominator of some kind to express the point of these observations. Living on the edge. This is catching in the rye, so to speak. And we have to adapt, we have to catch indeed, we have to rescue, to secure, and hold the line, opposing the challenges and taking care of everything. The first trend number one, we can see complete worsening of the situation in the municipalities. In 2023, we had this record indicator 84%. Now we can see that it is 49%. Well, that's the same as before the full-scale invasion, more or less. And the same is with the vision of the future. Well, it is not completely pessimistic, but it has a negative trend, obviously negative. And the worsening of this happened in the municipalities where Last year we had the highest indicator. So this is a correction of our expectations as of last year. Another year of a full-scale invasion. And it makes society not just to man up, but sober up. And the war is not going to finish tomorrow or in a couple of weeks or in a couple of years, perhaps even. So, on the other hand, we have a very interesting tendency. We can see this great level of adaptivity and economic situation of households as of last 12 months. It is even a bit higher. So what's the reason? Well, first of all, people say that nothing has changed. There is no reference point to speak of just how bad or how good it was before the full-scale invasion. People suffered losses, definitely, but basically the attitude is positive. And if we talk about a country accumulating, piling up the fears, the problems, the uncertainty, and we discussed the 12-month, and from 2.7, 2.4, we are back to 2017 or 18. And the situation in Ukraine, and you remember the orange zones, the scarlet zones that we used to have. Now it's a bit more diversified. Now about the index of services, we can now observe no change in the medium rating, average rating. And through all this history of observations, we have 3 and 3 again, 3.3 again. And the index is calculated with the average from 1 to 5, 1 terrible, 5 excellent. So how can this be explained? We understand that the services are now different. They cannot be otherwise, but we can explain this in a very simple way. This has a certain trend. The closer to the front line, the more respondents feel the availability of services an important phenomenon, not the quality. And we do not present this general rating. We have broken down the municipalities into 3 groups, depending on their proximity to the front line. There are no big gaps as we had previously, just 1 point, lots of discussion, motivation, so forth. In every group, we have the same kind of rating. And the front line, or deoccupied territories, that is availability of service that matters. And the leaders of this year for every group are Lutsk, Vinnytsia, Chernihiv, Khmelnytsky, and those are, and Ternopil also, not to forget Ternopil. And they are better positioned than the rest of the hunt, so to speak. But you can see in your presentations, Mykolaiv, Poltava, we will discuss those capitals, regional capitals, but unfortunately in a negative way. So the quality of service we have excluded because of transformation, some traditional services that we would evaluate before the full-scale invasion, the pavements, the parks, the greenery. Now we have shelters, social facilities, and administrative services provision centers for this year. Speaking of the rating, the best appreciation goes to gas and power supply. However strange it might sound with the stabilization arrangements of this week, but development of industry, development of sectoral development, basically. Let me look it up, though. Cannot speak from the bottom of my head, I'm afraid. From the top of my head, of course. And speaking of the dynamics, here is the trend, positive, for educational institutions, schools and kindergartens, and also heating, because last winter was quite all right and the dwellers were happy. And this is reflected here. The negative dynamics goes to everything related to power supply, streets, lights, social protection. So that is for this year. We have certain worsening with the attitude towards national police. Now, the most striking slides. I was awaiting my presentation, and I could see that people, well, mayors were glued to this one. And we can see that mayor's rating is quite high. Kharkiv is the leader, as last year, and great support in Khmelnytskyi, Chernihiv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Vinnytsia, Lutsk, and Odessa. Of course, the high ratings are down the list, but I'm talking about more than 50% now. This year we have this unique situation because in the rating we have some municipalities where we have now mayor 6, Zaporizhzhia, Poltava, Sumy, Kropyvnytskyi, Rivne, and Chernihiv. This is a unique situation. There is no mayor. Now another disturbing slide. Last year, appreciation of mayors climbed through the roof to reach 80% in some places. Presently, we can see this dark area to 2024 and the lighter area 2023. We can see how the appreciation actually dropped with the mayors. We'll discuss that at the panel, but let me draw attention to the fact that it is there. The situation is stable in Chernihiv. There's no mayor, but there's this acting mayor who enjoys a good rating. Odessa, Chernivtsi, and Poltava. In Poltava, the support is not that spectacular. It's quite low, actually. But in the same way, and with the same or worse drop, we have the picture of state administrations. The drop is sometimes by 2 times. So you can see the state administrations last year. In some municipalities, the support was much higher than for the mayors. And it so happened that in those municipalities, we have this decline observed. Now let me discuss another slide which attracts particular attention. We have no elections, it is just an academic matter right now, and no candidates lists. So we have to simulate to discuss possible situations with the election. People want to re-elect the mayor for another 10 years. There are people who would like to wait till the mayor does one's time in the office, but would prefer somebody else in that position, and in some radical circumstances they are ready to re-elect immediately. And the situation is quite exciting because Kharkiv is the only exception. It stands alone, basically. That's the spirit of the city, and it influences the situation. Approximately 50% of the respondents are prepared to tolerate the mayors till the end of their term, but would prefer somebody else. That means that there is a great demand for change it does not necessarily mean that the mayors will, those particular mayors will go. It can be them or somebody else. It depends on who leads the change, actually, drives the change, enables the change. And this is a different country for the local level, and it's a colossal demand. And now we have the war conditions, we're surviving, we are actually dingling in thin air, but the situation after the war should not be the same as it was before. Now, the situation where we have no mayors in Chernihiv, for example, they removed the mayor, and now the acting mayor has the same, enjoys the same rating. In Kropyvnytsky, people don't seem to notice. They think that the head of state administration is the mayor now, and in the places where there is no mayor, there is a great demand for election. People crave for election. 40% of them are demanding election. So let's proceed, and that will be discussed separately. About the adjustments / resilience. So is the municipality adjustable? Has it adjusted? We have all adjusted, and that is reflected, of course, at the local level. But generally speaking, we have that adjusted economy, municipal economy. In different places, it's described and observed differently, depending on the proximity to the front line again. But we have Lutsk, Vinnytsia, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and the negative trend in Poltava. But Poltava is a depressed city for some reason. That was so in 2021. Situation is difficult. The local authorities, continuous elections and re-elections, the situation is basically unstable.
І за тим самим індексом ми вирішили все-таки.
So we decided, according to the same principle, to measure how hard it is to open business. And again, it's the emotional estimate, because we know that the whole population, the youngest and the eldest, are not the most active layer of population who would like to start up the business. But the situation is a bit worse. It is not significantly worse. The difference is 0.5, 0.6 points, but still there is some difference. The city adapted, but people understand that it is hard to open the business. There is some problem we need to get rid of. The worst situation, well, it's not the worst, because it's not 2, it's 0.6. If we take the estimates, Poltava, Zaporizhia, well, Zaporizhia is a frontline area. Zhytomyr, as we can see, has certain details. Mykolaiv, Odessa, Chernivtsi, Ternopil, and Lviv. Let's move on. Now about the program. We understand that emotionally, and first and foremost what people elect, if we got rid of first point, if we excluded, the situation would be different, but we could not exclude it, because the response would be totally different. The expectations that the money should be sent to support the armed forces of Ukraine is the majority. How do we work with that? I think city mayors can tell about that themselves. Besides that, we have a very emotional request that this money has to be sent for rehabilitation and treatment for the people who have been affected by war. Traditionally, and again, it's very traditional, that the medical institutions take the third place of all of the priorities, and separately the adaptation of infrastructure for the people with disabilities. Let's move on. A separate question is how the needs are satisfied of different groups in the cities. Let me tell you instantly that the situation is not the best here, because more than a half either cannot answer the question or think that this level of the needs is unsatisfactory and not efficient. If we speak about the groups of women, men, IDPs, we can see that the efficient satisfaction of needs is more than 1/3. As for young people, 30%. The most sensitive, vulnerable groups are families with little children and the elderly, people with disabilities. They assess the sufficiency at the lowest level. In this case, if we come back to the assessment of the services, we can see that this assessment of services about the people of disabilities traditionally at the lowest level. However, we can see year by year some positive trends. In particular, we have conducted researches when we assessed the situation with people with disabilities. Their situation is always different between them and just usual civil population, because as soon as the just usual people see ramps, they think that everything is okay. But as for people with disabilities, they understand that the issues can be different. As for the IDPs, we remember that during the first year, the attitude towards the internally displaced persons, it was nice. There were many hosting cities. We need to understand this is the reserve of the labor force, which will be used in the future, because when they have somewhere to come back to, they will not stay at the cities where they are now at. But now we can see the insignificant decrease or deterioration of attitude towards IDPs. Sumy, Chernihiv and Kharkiv are really close to the combat areas, or God forbid, potentially can become the area of combat. On the other hand, if we ask about the investment, the worst attitude can be seen in the West, because the neutral assessment has increased. Well, socially, we wouldn't like to have such a response. People wouldn't like to speak about negative, but we can still notice this tendency. This is not a very acute change, but still it is there. As for IDPs, how they help or don't they do anything in the city, we can see that the situation is ambiguous here, because one third said that the IDPs are helping the development of the cities. One third said that they are not impacting the development of the city, but 22% are saying that the IDPs are making the development of the city harder. We understand that this is the competition in the labor force. There are ideological and cultural differences, but still this tendency is there. And this is what we need to think about. Let's move on. The most positive slide is about the index of corrupt actions. This is assessed and measured. How frequently did you had, or maybe someone who you know, had to give a bribe to solve a personal issue? We are researching that since 2015. This year we can see the lowest indicator of corrupt actions index in the cities. I will not even discuss the ranking, because the differences between 0.1 and 0.3 is just insignificant. I remember 2019, this ranking showed Khmelnytsky and Uzhhorod at the first places with the bigger markets, where people were openly saying, well, in fact, we're solving our issues for money. Though the mayor of Khmelnytsky had the first place among the mayors who was the most active fighter against corruption. That was the paradox, but in fact it was like that. It was a long debate about this indicator, but still it's true. As of today, we can see the decrease, and if we can take separately the institutions which can get bribes often, we can see a very significant decrease of the frequency of bribes in the medical institutions, educational institutions, and other institutions. We can see this kind of decrease. But, well, in fact, people did not used to face corruption in these institutions. What's the reason? This is a kind of negative reason. First of all, we need to understand that the influence of the war impacts people. People don't want to pay bribes, and those who could pay bribes, maybe they're not in Ukraine, and that is important to know. And also we can see that the business processes are being shut, the economic activity is being over, because the war is negatively influencing the economic life of the city. Obviously, this is kind of an important reason which leads to the decrease of corrupt index. And the reform of medical institutions, of healthcare, is working, because the primary healthcare allowed not to pay for the services. And that's important for the doctors. And that's a positive. As for education, we can tell a lot, but our company has conducted researches about the assessment of the reform, or external independent assessment, and when we had the negative perception of the reform, it led to the situation that when this reform finally worked and led to outcome, people changed their opinion. But 10 years passed, and even 13 years passed after the previous research. But the reform is working if you accomplish it. Second, next point, the image of a state official. Unfortunately, the microphone is not used. We are asking the respondent whether he or she personally had to give a gift or a bribe to the local state official to get a service or a document. 3 meant more than 5 times. 2 meant 3 to 5 times, 1 or 2 times, 0 never. And if I'm not mistaken, during the last 2 years. Then these indicators are transported into indices, and then we have the average indicator. The respondent is speaking about himself or herself. He or she personally would or would not give a bribe. Let's move on. Now about the image of the state official. This is the reverse situation. When we have the index of the decrease of the index of corrupt actions, on the other hand, we can see that the image of the state official is still negative. In this research, we gave 4 points, 4 statements, which you could agree with or disagree with. And we can see that in the first 2, which are about self-enrichment of the MPs, while taking any of the decisions, the motive of these decisions, and secondly, that the personal connections with the MPs are so important to solve your personal issues, we can see that 2/3 agreed with this statement. So all of the state officials are corrupt. Well, 2/3 think that they are corrupt. On the other hand, the same statement, well, similar statement, but in the negative context, that the local authorities are paying more attention to the welfare of the city than to their own, 2/3 disagreed with this statement. Separately, we need to mention that the communication with the population is at the high level. If we don't have that in the presentation, but in the bigger presentation as a handout, you can see that people should be aware, and the awareness is high. Though since this year we can see the decrease of the number of such people who are aware about the actions of the local authorities, but still the indicators are high. 40% said that every citizen of the resident of the city can get to the local authorities without any obstacles to solve their issues. Now about the image of the local authorities, let me instantly tell you that these signs were programmed. The equal number of positive and equal number of negative. Still, it tells that the local authorities are considered to be corrupt. 38% think that this symptom is compliant with the image of the local authorities. They are not transparent, they provide nepotism, they are indifferent, they are incompetent, and the positive features are in the lower part of the ranking. On the other hand, we need to pay attention that if we open the bigger report and compare city by city, in the cities where the approval of the mayor and local authorities is high, the situation is not the worst, though the first place is still the word corrupt, still other indicators are very high. We have the issues with bad communication, with corruption, and the perception of the population and the mood, which is negative. A separate issue is about the adaptation of the people, how they're getting ready to live through the full-scale invasion and those challenges they're facing. We've asked the people whether they have any of the food reserves, I mean, like the ones which are done in any case, water supply reserve, drugs or medicine, then again money, savings. We're not speaking about investments, of course. And a separate question about the autonomous power generation. So the majority of the population, that is approximately 80%, say that the food, the medicines and the drugs and the water is there. They have these reserves. A different situation with the go-to bag. This is the anxious situation about the savings, and maybe as the blackouts are much more frequent now, even if we follow this situation on the dynamics of prices for the power generators, they have increased substantially. The situation is a bit different there. Only 1/3 have some autonomous power generator. But what I'd like to drive your attention to, and this is the challenge for the future, if we are speaking about the medicines reserves, if we're speaking about savings and about the expensive device like power generator, we can see a huge difference between the people who have a high level of welfare and the poorest. As for the poorest, there is the legend over there that as for the money savings, the situation among the poorest is really bad. They cannot afford themselves to buy the power generator, so they try to find any other way out. And the separate situation is with the medicines and even the food. The tendency is rather dangerous. We still are expecting for the increase of electricity tariffs and taxation tariff and fuel excise. All of that will impact the consumers' prices. Still, the situation with this category of the population will deteriorate and the burden on the city will be increasing. Let's just remember about the social protection. This index, which I showed before, is negative. As for the behavior of the population in case of the threat, that's an interesting tendency because during the last research, 58% said that they will not leave the city if the situation at the battlefield is becoming worse. This year we have 53% like that. And uncertainty increased. That is weird because people say, I don't know what I do in this kind of situation. The certain tendency is that we had the increase of those who said that they would leave abroad, but it's about young women. They are voting for that. But the first part, the share, 53%, are mostly elderly. Let's move on. This year we decided to register, to document, if you remember 2021, one of our biggest debatable issue was about the emotional perception of the cities. Which city is joyful and convenient and clean and economically well developed. So here I expected lots of changes, and it was a kind of a surprise for me because there were no changes. I could see that the assessment during the peaceful time and the time of the full-scale invasion have different nature. People perceive the situation differently, and they try to answer positively even in the hard situation. Still, we have a detail. If we speak about the development, and coming back to the previous slides about the future, the expectations are still negative. This is the first index, whether the city is flourishing or not. In the dynamics, we can see the decrease. If we speak altogether about the cities, I'd like to drive your attention to Mykolaiv, Poltava, and Zaporizhia, who in this index will take the last places. They were in the same places in 2021 and during the peaceful times. Nothing has changed there. The negative and the worst assessment of the situation of the economic development and environmental situation. Here we have still positive dynamic from -0.2 to 0.1. But still, if we compare the situation with other indicators, it is not the best, it is the worst. So we can see such cities as Sumy, Zaporizhia, Poltava, Mykolaiv, Chernihiv, Zhytomyr are still in the negative. If we speak about environmental and ecology, here we can see some of the cities added to the ranking. Kyiv is in the ranking about the ecology environment, which never used to be there. Also, we can see Kropyvnytsky and Odessa, which is in this index again, though some positive dynamics will be seen, because the enterprises are closed, so unfortunately, the situation with ecology is improving because of that. As for the, the care of the cities and whether the cities are well looked after or well maintained, people see that the city is clean, it is well kept, and they try to keep this order under the permanent conditions of chaos, and it impacts the overall assessment. Speaking about the joy or happiness, there were no changes, though here I was expecting for negative changes, but fortunately, sustainability and adjustability is still at the same high level. As for comfort, the same is there, everything is positive, but as for security, obviously the situation depends on whether the city is closer or further from the front line. Kharkiv, Zaporizhzhia, Sumy, Mykolaiv, Dnipro, Chernihiv, we can see it there. Those are the cities which are considered to be dangerous under the conditions of the full-scale invasion. Obviously, the western cities, where we don't have that many shelling, have the better situation. As for the EU and NATO, this year we can see the decrease of support of accession to NATO, again among the residents of the region centers, and the EU as well. As for the EU, the level of the support has decreased from 87 to 71%. As for NATO, from 71 to 66%. Still, we shouldn't wail and say that this is the end. When we look at this indicator, still it is the highest indicator during the whole history of research. Last year we had huge expectations, we had some euphoria about that, but now we can see that the situation with the Western support, with the communication with the Western partners, influences the assessment of the population. On the other hand, Ukrainians do not have any other choice. We have the only vector for the development. So the situation here, I would say, is positive. On the other hand, there is a slight tendency which makes me worried, because the situation with the support of the pro-Western vector has decreased in the south, especially in Odessa region. And we can see that in the chart, that in the city of Odessa, the level of NATO accession is less than half, less than 50%. And the last slide, which is the worst for me, the most anxious. So, if we even compare with the previous surveys, the number of those whose close relatives are abroad because of the full-scale war, this number was lower. Now we can see 38% of those who answered that they have relatives abroad. What is that awful about that? This is the second part of the question. We asked those people whether those relatives are going on to come back. And here we have a very high indicator that they will not come back. Definitely will not. Not even now, but in the future, after the end of the war. We're speaking about that they will never come back. That is 31%. If we compare it with the national research which was conducted in February, then this figure was 21%. We were speaking about the whole population, now we're speaking about the residents of the region centers. So I had the distribution in these comparisons, the region center level, but the tendency is the same. The number has increased. And also we can see that the huge number of people say that they will come back only when the war is over. And if the report has it, in fact, no, the report does not have it. That's my insight. If we look at the distribution between the property ownership, the poorest will never come back. Those who have found jobs there and left with an intention to get better conditions of life. The rich are still thinking about that. They are not ready to come back now. Still, they are not that significant in this survey, but still they are not going to come back now. The ones who cannot adapt are going to come back now. That's hard for them to stay. What will help them come back? First of all, the increase of the remuneration, the economic indicator, the economic component, salaries, jobs, opportunities, recovery and reconstruction of their accommodation. The first place is taken by the increase of the salaries and wages. The second is the reconstruction of their property and accommodation. And the third, efficient anti-corruption measures. I know that we can hear about corruption from anywhere, but still, we are speaking about opportunities. The young people, or the people who would like to be economically active or used to be economically active, they would be ready to invest into the cities, into Ukraine, but only under the condition that the conditions are transparent. I will not go on about that. You have this presentation, you have the opportunity to discuss them, to debate about them. I'm ready to give the floor to my colleagues, the speakers. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Lubomir. We thank the Sociological Group Rating and the International Republican Institute that we have such researchers which are systematic and on a permanent basis. The assessment of not only today, but within the whole decentralization reform. Because the 9th research and the 10th year of reform coincide, and we can see different assessments. We have only 20 minutes left, well, maybe a bit more, but 20 minutes. We have numerous questions, so I would ask Lubomir, if you have any categorical adjustments to the words of the speakers, do that. And dear speakers, please answer very short way, at least 3 questions. About the outcomes, the results of the survey, about what we saw. Lubomir, when you were showing the first slide, has said that there is an approval of local self-governance which decreased from 84 to 49%. And he assumed that maybe that was the over-expectations. I have different options. For instance, it could be the systematic work on discrediting of local self-governance from the local authorities, or the lack of financial material opportunities to provide the authorities of self-governance, local self-governance, or maybe just delegation of responsibility onto the authorities who are closer to the residents of the communities. What is your option? Why did such significant decrease of positive assessment to take place? I would start with Vasyl Kuybida, if I may. Vasyl Kuybida is the Minister of Regional Development and Construction of Ukraine in 2007-2010. So please, 1 or 2 minutes per answer, and then the next interesting question. Thank you. I think that it has taken place because the society states that the country is not efficient, the state is not efficient, as well as the governance and local self-governance. And when we compare the assessment of the public governance is much lower by quality than of the local self-governance. They are interconnected. And so it's okay. Thank you, Vasyl. So we are better, but out of the 2 bad ones. Yes. Okay, Ruslan, the organizer of the School of Mayors. What about the mayors? First of all, I agree that we could see that how the civil activists were communicated that there should be costs for the drones, not for the stadiums. That was massive. And it was a vast campaign online, which is still ongoing, by the way. Not that many people said about the authorities delegated. Nobody discussed in the media that there is a petition, that they tried to communicate that we need to give the authorities to have this responsibility. Because unfortunately, the city mayors who are going on with these steps are under threat of criminal cases. And this is the discussion of the opportunity of amnesty and so on. But in fact, we have this issue, and it seems to me it's a complex one. The part is information campaign, but it highlights painful points. The citizens have certain expectations what the local self-governance authorities have to do. If last year we could see what used to be done, the role, the function, responsible leadership, cohesion, unity, the response onto the IDPs, the support of the volunteers, and the members of the communities who went to war. All of that used to be then. Everybody was obvious. But then, because of the campaigns, that there are top priority costs, we can see military costs, which are the highest priority. People still do not understand whose delegation of whose authorities should belong to whom, that you cannot fund whatever does not belong to you. Still, it is not important for the people. They think that it should be done. So, what has been done does not coincide with the expectations. This is the gap. It correlates with the expectations of the changes. I would not be worried about the city mayors about the urgent re-election, this is just the situation as of today. Maybe in a year and a half, the situation can be totally different. This is the assessment how the current situation of what is going on now is coinciding with what the citizens consider should have been done. So it tells us that if we now increase this communication level in the community, interaction and consultations, the situation will quickly change. When people understand what's possible, what's not, and how the maximum efforts are spent by the local self-governance so as it could be possible, then the assessment would change. Thank you, Ruslan, for the support of one of my options. And now, Maxim. You have monthly, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, monthly assessment of the current situation. So, looking at the monthly dynamic and analysis, why was such a decrease of support? Whether it was the pressure from the state or because the residents don't understand what is really happening. The economic challenges which our country faces are huge. They are becoming acute every month, and even more acute every month. The issues are increasing for the cities, for the regions, for our oblasts. We can see that the economic activity altogether is moving from the east to the west. So the challenges are more acute at the east and less acute at the west. We can see that the issues can be totally different, facing different cities. The cities need to be proactive, researching what is the highest, the biggest challenge they're facing, how they can act proactively at the local level so as they could improve the situation. Because the state at the national level faces many issues which the central authorities have to solve. The local authorities, local society have to be more proactive looking at what they can do to improve the situation at the places. And this is the issue of interaction with the central authorities. You shouldn't just wait until someone comes and helps you. If the cities consider what they can do to improve their situation, then they would be able to do that, and they have to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maxim. I'd like to come back to the assessment, to the slides. Lubomir then said that a challenge or even a revelation was Chernihiv city, when after the scandal firing of the mayor of the city, of the scandalous firing, this trust assessment, the ranking of trust of the residents of Chernihiv to the acting mayor increased by 10%. So I'd like to ask the speakers, why did it take place like that? Whether this is the assessment of work, because Lubomir, you said that nothing has changed for the residents there, and the mayor was used to work and is still working. I was speaking about Khmelnytsky. It's a different city. Well, Chernihiv doesn't have any jobs. The military administration takes the authorities. They're going to the courts to have the right to provide the services. This is the permanent situation about Chernihiv city, but still the local residents are voting for the local self-governance. Why? Vasil, you were answering so quickly, so could you answer again? Why in Chernihiv city the residents are still electing the local self-governance, not the military administration, not in the region, not in the city?
And this is not true just about Chernihiv, but also other municipalities. That survey was conducted during the war. And during the war, the priorities are reset usually. And we have to revisit the functions of the government and governance. And we have to change the structure of the national central agencies and rearrange the emphasis. In 2017, there was that presidential decree which was supposed to introduce some changes to the structure of state administrations, and the military were supposed to take some positions. There were several. There was just one deputy as a military officer. The only thing. Now this is the third the third year. We used to have civilian military, now it's military administrations. The logic is unclear there, but the structure of those administrations is the same as with the local state administrations. There is no new structure, and all the assignments and appointments, well, they have just the head working independent. The rest of them just belong to the traditional state administration. I'm very much concerned with the training of those officers that cannot or would not be trained or even try to be trained for their new scope of responsibilities and functions. So we changed the name, the structure is the same, the people are the same, and how we are supposed to get any kind of trust in new administrations and the result of a new order and quality. We can call a dancing group called a tank brigade, and we are not even surprised that we do not get the action that we need from that new entity, supposedly rearranged and redeveloped. And that is is the revisiting the functions, the vertical of government and reassignment of duties and responsibilities in central agencies and local governments. Sometimes they get some functions which are not actually natural with them, but or supposed to be there, but the competence is higher than the central government. So why do we change or replace local governments with military administrations? Is there any good reason for that, and how can we justify it? We can't. Well, thank you, Vasil. Thanks, because we have a great number of mayors and heads of local self-governance. Let me come back to Ruslan. 184 military administrations and 144 temporarily occupied. There are real communities where they have military administrations and people do not like it. They opt for local self-governance instead. So it's page 9 and 10. This is all related to the local administrations, and Chernihiv has the last position, the bottom position. But when we discuss specific communities, regional centers with the acting heads in Chernihiv, they would like, well, they say that we have 64% of people vote for bringing the mayor back. And that when we discuss the mayor, there is a growth because the acting mayor is viewed by the people as the same kind of team, the same kind of authoritative figure. But military administration is not appreciated. And that's the opposition between the military and the administration and local governments. It does not help the administration, and where we have high-quality performance, high performance, simply speaking. In Kharkiv, the same. We have this spike in favor of the mayor, but the military administration goes down with a certain momentum. And Lubomir was right, saying that everything is being destroyed and then removed, and people try to maintain the order. And the mayor is there. People can see that, and in the context, what's the role of the military administration? They cannot fathom. And that scandal about propriety or impropriety of the fortification structures, that was not assigned to the mayor. And the military administration can be even lower in appreciation with that taken into consideration. The scarcity of available candidates for the positions, the brain drain, not everyone is ready to go to the capital, so it's a sluggish process in local government. So they managed to retain high-quality people. There's this institutional memory and organizational culture, but this is about competences from the point of view of recovery, and they have to play this very important key role. On the other hand, this is about proper cadre that would be able to work with the structural funds. The money is there, and now we had the School of Mayors and wanted to promote their managerial functions. Now we have a new program, the master degree program with the Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and masters of political science and management. And those people, those communities who think it necessary to promote their people to that level, there's another session starting from the 17th to 21st. People can enroll, and there is this the Ministry of Justice, those people with the major degree, will be able to apply. And I would like to ask Maxim about the economic status, and is it more prosperous where mayors are removed, dismissed? Ruslan and Mikhailo were quite comprehensive in their responses. There are great challenges, different challenges before the municipalities. In Kyiv, we can see some major trends, provide some major advice, but people do not really clearly see how they can respond to the principal challenges. So the municipalities where they have active management taking care of the problems, it is well appreciated and it is visible. So local governance is about us. That's important. It's ours, it's us. So then we'll have Lubomir, before the 18th of May, the new version of law on mobilization was adopted with the new responsibilities assigned to the local self-governance for mobilization as a process, as a mission. So I would like to ask the speakers, after introduction of this law, and if they have opinion of the local community members on the destiny of local self-governance now assigned with a whole set of state functions and mobilization. Now, how this is to be viewed, appreciated by the local dwellers. So we invest hope in local self-governance more than in the national authorities, central authorities. And Mustafa Naem, with his slogan of self-reliance, call for self-reliance, that's impressive because he comes from a central agency, is supposed to speak for them. I would like to support Vasil. I think this is like a hot potato, something that nobody would have. And with this national survey, we can see a loss of trust in the military. 72% is not 96 anymore. And this is also related to the territorial fourth generation centers, so-called TCK, but this is of concern for the communities because there's this lack of transparency and notorious now, and this is also for the employers that have to report on their workforce in this way. This is a very inconvenient issue because employers know their people, local governments, they know their people, they can actually update the register with the able-bodied people to go and do their duty on the force, on the armed forces. So with the mobilization duties against the backdrop of demands or requirements to the local slogans, it's a difficult issue. The national level, we can see that in May, the consumer attitudes of the people actually became more active because I can see there's lots of fingers pointing in different directions, and the situation at the national level is not going to improve soon, anytime soon. A minute to every speaker, but before that I would like to thank this social science group, the rating group, and IRI for the opportunity for every municipality, every mayor to appreciate the as well as the local attitudes and their expectations and appreciation. Every speaker has a minute. Your advice to the local governance for us to see some kind of tomorrow. Vasil, I would like to join the chorus of appreciation. There are 2 points I would like to mention. Number one, we are talking about survival. This is a survival quest. And all those questions in the survey are trying to get the answer. And the answer as to whether we would like to win the war, the armed forces of Ukraine, how we support them, the morale of the population, so to speak, and thirdly, cooperation between local government, central government, and civil society. From the survey, we can conclude that number one in the armed forces, the level of being provided for, and the communities, healthcare for those people who suffered from this war, first of all, the competence, the morale, page 8, that's the future of Ukraine. This overwhelming majority believe in themselves and the armed forces. But the utilities countless here. We used to pay more attention to such services, and now we have a totally different emphasis. So we would like to have a powerful rear that can actually live through all the hardships of this war, and we should not come with our cap in our hands asking for something. We should produce and reproduce. So industrial development in our urban areas is something that we are concerned about, and trust in the central government is deteriorating. The cabinet ministers, well, the local authorities is better. Situation is better because they are more visible and easier to appreciate for the local people. So we should not have this chasm between the central level and the local level. the gaping gap should be avoided. We have to reform public administration. It's not just reform of local self-governance, but also public administration. Generally speaking, we have to catch up with what we abandoned for some 3 years now. So public administration, they discuss recovery. According to the survey, local self-governance understand that we need actually modernization, not recovery of what we had before the 24th of February 2022. And every mayor would like to have in their territory some kind of a Silicon Valley, and this is a normal aspiration. But how can we actually have this hodgepodge transformed into an economic power that can resist the Russian Federation? We need a big plan for modernization with everyone, local self-governance in every municipality, every community, and we know our stations and can serve and guard and protect, let's say. And the central government underperform, and they should not put it on the shoulders of local self-governance. We have no master plan for recovery. Our vision of in-depth modernization for another 20 years. And the most important thing where we have to fortify, to reinforce, to relocate, to build new communities, what we have to do in the East with the military settlements and civilian communities in other places. So we cannot say that we need recovery projects. This is just a waste of time, our time and our resources, if we try to do that. Thank you very much, Vasil. As a follow-up to what you had before, Samruch says anything, I would like to say that head of the Association of the municipalities is texting to me. Nobody has the state power. It's to be sent to someone. Ruslan, what would you say for the central government and their relationship with the local self-governments? Competition is not an option, to say the least. It's a failure, and it undermines the country's resilience. In 2022, in many cases, communities solved the problem of resisting, arming people, supplying people, because they knew what was happening in their respective communities. Nobody was fostering that dependence culture and waiting for someone, no cargo cult, so to speak. Well, but we have to increase the trust in any kind of governance, and that will improve the situation. Any kind of conflict can only worsen the things about it. Speaking of local self-governance, they had excellent slides discussing the image of mayor, local authorities, corrupt, and so forth. But it seems to me that this is not the sense of failure. The less interaction we have, we understand the war, we understand the expedient decision-making, but people cannot catch up with the process. The less communication with the community we have, the more feeling we breed that the people high up there do it for their own benefit and for their own gain. So at the level of the community, we have to appreciate and understand the pains, the sensitive points, and the concerns, and that includes fair mobilization. It's only when you become real representatives of the people that people will follow you, and the ratings of trust will go up. Mayors now are ahead of the central authorities. That is not about odd single transactions, but putting the heads together, togetherness in general, and continuous two-way communications and consultations. Of course, it's more difficult to be a leader than a manager. So, Max, we would like to have your final remarks as a true leader. There are three challenges I would like to offer. Of course, the list is endless. Physical security. People do not go to shelters because there are no shelters. There are no shelters because people wouldn't go. Shelters should be regardless of the willingness or not willingness to go. This is based on the level of threat, and that will actually increase the chances of investments. Only 36% of the people have backup generators or any other sources of power supply. What will they do in the winter season? And how can we help them in that? How can we help the business to get ready for business? And maybe some gas pumping stations, piston stations, gas piston stations, if that is a correct technical term, and loss of human capital. At least 5 million Ukrainians abroad, another million is IDPs, but the big urban areas, they make use of those people. They benefit from that. People from Kharkiv region come to Kharkiv. People from smaller towns in the east come to the west of Ukraine. At the same time, we can see that the attitude towards IDPs worsened considerably. Still, those people constitute an invaluable resource for the economy. They can train, they can resettle, they can be qualified, professionally developed, and we have to help them. They can help themselves to face the challenges of our demographic situation, which is grave, as we know. Lubomir, do you have a piece of sound advice for local self-governance? Just one thing. That's how I started my presentation, actually. We would like to be very successful this year in catching in the rye and actually catching all the endangered things, saving the situation. So a coffee break at 11:15. We will reconvene, hopefully.
Запрошую Олександр Семчишин, міський голова міста Хмельницький, один із чемпіонів рейтингу. Запрошую пані Олена Шуляк, лідерка парламентського комітету з питань державного будівництва і місцевого самоврядування. Запрошую Руслан Марцінків, міський голова Івано-Франківська, також один із лідерів рейтингу, як ми зараз побачили. І Дмитро Турчак, керівник департаменту регіональної політики, Міністерства розвитку.
So this part I am taking as a moderator, then I will give the floor to Taras and Oksana, so they will be the moderators. Mostly during these parts we have one standard piece of work, that is to analyze whatever we heard before. But also, before that, I'd like to give the floor to Olena Shulak, who is now through the parliamentary week and day. She just came from the session hall, and she'll come back there soon. Unfortunately for us, fortunately for the parliament. So Olena will be the first to speak, and then we'll go on with our conversation. Olena, please, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. So today we have a thematic session with the name of the recovery today from the perspective of the state and local levels. How much time do I have? Well, we know that you are in a hurry, but at least 5 to 7 minutes, please. Dear colleagues, I will tell about 5 main points which I'd like to let you know about. So if we're speaking about recovery, it is very quick and swift because after the fact when Russia has constant shelling against us, we need to respond quickly to recover critical infrastructure, our homes, and somehow we need to make in order the usual life of the Ukrainians. And there is the recovery, and our attitude towards this recovery is about planning, but still these two processes are very interconnected. And in these processes, the leading role is of the local self-governance authorities. But the local self-governance authorities cannot work efficiently without the support of the central authorities, without the adjusted and properly adjusted processes to get the efficient outcome. We have different examples of cooperation and interaction. Of course, today I'd like to speak about the positive experience of recovery as well. It seems to me that today with the local self-governance authorities we managed to create an example as the state program of e-recovery. As of today, more than 600 commissions at the local self-governance authorities are functioning. That is 600 of commissions which sometimes are working under shelling, which have to register different damage, forming the accommodation certificates. And as of today, more than 60,000 households have used this service. Definitely at the state level, we solve the funding issue. At the state level, we solve the issue about the creation of the digital mechanism and tools, because providing the opportunity to use the service for dozens of thousands without the specific figure, it would be impossible. As of today, it seems to me, our international partners have already seen how the local self-governing authorities are working in synergy together with the line ministries, that is the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the Ministry of Recovery, and as of today the foreign partners, the World Bank and the Bank for Reconstruction and Development, are providing the first funds. The World Bank gave $200 million, and the Bank for the Development of the Council of Europe had the first tranche of 100 million, and the second tranche is being worked upon, one more 100 million, and will go on with this funding for the next year. International partners are looking upon the transparent rules of these programs. Let me repeat, as for me, this is a nice example of synergy, how quickly we can recover the accommodation of our people, of housing. As of today, our Ukrainians have three wishes. First is the victory, secondly, the worthily job with the proper remuneration, and thirdly, the housing which is not destroyed, because accommodation is very significant. President. Speaking about the example of the proper recovery and proper cooperation between the local and state authorities. Speaking on about the planning of recovery, we all understand perfectly that we cannot just write the recovery plan and to name it as it used to be in 2022. If you remember, we have a presentation of fast recovery, $17 billion, which would be needed for recovery. They calculated how much was damaged. The square meters were multiplied by dollars, and we got the sum of money which is needed for the recovery. If we speak about the recovery, we should be very thorough about our approaches to the processes connected with planning. As of today, we have lots of many documents which are about planning. However, according to my information, by the data of Ministry of Infrastructure, almost 200 of communities are working on the programs of comprehensive recovery, which will become the foundation for the development of the city urbanization documentation. This is the document which in fact can have different attitude towards it, but I'd like to say that while planning the recovery, we should analyze important factors, starting with the economic factors, because the recovery of the economy will be the reason for our development. The second factor, which we ask you to drive attention for planning the recovery, is demography, because 20% of our population is now abroad. 6 million of our people are in the status of internally displaced persons. So planning of the recovery, in spite of what is taking place with the human capital, doesn't have any sense in that. And of course, we ask you to look at the environmental issues, first of all, that is connected with the mining of our territories, because if the area is mining, how can we speak about businesses and the comeback of people? And of course, we ask and request the redesign, analysis of the whole network of service provision of the state, the educational services and the services of the healthcare sphere, because it will be substantially, in certain communities, this network will be really different from the pre-war state. And definitely the program of comprehensive recovery should consider the new standards of recovery. First of all, the security factor. We understand that the issues of our underground shelters and their construction will be relevant and priority number one for a long time. We would ask to have very serious attitude to the issues connected with energy efficiency, energy independence, energy savings, because the recent events witness that the processes which have started in this sphere several years ago should definitely lead to certain results. And only after that we need to move to certain specific projects which need to be recovered quickly. But let me repeat, the planning of recovery should be a priority, and these are the communities which can see as of today, which can have the understanding how they plan and what's their approach. This should be one of the advantages while working with our foreign partners, our donors. The third aspect, which I cannot help mentioning, today maybe we have a huge enemy of corruption. Corruption can be overcome, in my opinion, using the digital tools as much as possible at different levels, at the levels of the cities and the state. We have the positive experience of work with digital tools, and if we speak about the recovery process, I would really like Digital's ecosystem of DREAM, which has been presented in London last year by our Ukrainian government, to be developed, and so as it could provide the maximum number of answers which can emerge among our citizens and representatives of businesses and international community, so as we could open it for everyone and to follow the whole way of the implementation of the process from its implementation to the end. And the system of DREAM should be the direction, the help for our communities who would like to use the work with the international partners and to use the best practices of the use of this or that project so as it could be implemented in the city. The experimental decree regulation, which in fact settles the activity of DREAM, will be over in November this year, so I hope that the Parliament will vote for a certain law which would allow, or maybe even oblige, all the communities to compulsorily use this system of DREAM. And ending my speech, I would really like all of the representatives of the authorities, central, regional and local ones, to be united among themselves to create staff potential and capacities. We've got lots of challenges. We'll need help and support of each other. We need training for each other. We need to provide the best experience. We need to share the best practices. So I think that even today we can see certain projects which can help create the offices of international cooperation and the offices of support and certain reforms at the local level. But still we would like every community which has the need for the development to have such an opportunity to use all the opportunities and to have the staff potential, which will help that. Thank you, and I think that I stick to the timing. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. It's obvious that as for the issues of e-recovery and such a policy of the involvement of self-governance authorities, this is the support of all of the present years. This is the factor which is obligatory. In the beginning of this conference, we had already the discussion about that, the points and the conversation that we all would like that, but not all of that is so far implemented. And we know that you are in a hurry, you need to come back to the session hall, so if you have a wish to say a short remark about that, that still we are going on with the process of the recovery with the stake on to the local communities. We still feel this topic of decentralization and centralization, the impact of the martial law and the effective model where self-governance is still not feeling that it is number one in this process. We still have this feeling of look back. And even we heard some of the direct points that even centralization may take place in that sphere. Could you comment on that, and we'll let you go to the parliament. Alexander, that's why I started my speech about the program of e-recovery, which shows that there are certain programs and approach to recovery which could have certain synergy when the local self-governance authorities are working with the central ones. Because when, for instance, we consider how e-recovery is working, not all of the local self-governance authorities have money to provide certain reimbursements for the destroyed or damaged property. Not all of the local self-governance authorities have available people who would work, tens of thousands of people who are coming through simultaneously. So we need a digital tool at the state level, investing our brains and money so as this digital solution took place. And also local self-governance authorities give the opportunity to create local commissions with their own hands when they are coming to every yard, every building, and then we can say about certain results when the state gives the money, when the state gives certain tools, and the process of recovery itself is taking place in the decentralized way at the local level in this program. I think that there is no centralization. On the opposite, the state is providing really diverse tools. DREAM is not just a development of certain city or municipality. DREAM is provided for all the communities which can use it. Each of them can use it for the development of their communities. So finance, knowledge, expertise, digital tools is what can be done rapidly and in a very centralized way. But as for the accomplishment and implementation at the places and our citizens to get high quality and efficient services is a huge task for the local self-governance authorities. But here the central authorities are helping so as these services would be provided in the maximum amount for the people. Thank you, Olena. In the research which you have in your hands, we have the measurements of not only separate services, but altogether the work of the Centers of Administrative Services Provision, and it is relevant. Thank you. I will not leave now. I forgot to tell you about one important story. Maxim Latsiba is among the present years, and he is a big fan and adept. There he is. Law Draft 7283 adopted by the Parliament, which is now given for the signing by the President. This is the law draft which is incredibly important for the recovery process and for all of the decentralization processes. This is how the citizens at the local level can take part in all of the processes of recovery using different tools. There's public hearings and consultations, discussions, supervisory and advisory boards, the opportunity to influence the budget distribution using different mechanisms, involvement of youth in the decision-making process, if they are at least 14 years old. It seems to me that this is a huge challenge for the local self-governing authorities now to make these tools of local democracy to be working so as they could be efficient, and each resident of the community, and by the way, we have different focus groups, we see different indicators, so all of the residents of the communities would like to plan the recovery, to know what is taking place, to provide their recommendations. They would like their opinion to be taken into consideration. So speaking about the planning of the recovery, let us not forget that we all together need to give the opportunity for our residents to actively take part in all of the processes. Thank you. Thank you, Olena Shulyak, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, Chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on State Building, Local Self-Government, Regional and Urban Development. Now Alexander Slobozhan, Executive Director of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. He is not asking about timing, so I need to warn you, 5 to 7 minutes. Please help me stop him, because it's hard to stop him, in fact. Thank you, Alexander. Good day again, everyone. I'm happy to see all of you. I would like to express my gratitude from behalf of 1,055 communities for the US people, for the systematic support of the local self-governing authorities, even when it was mainstream. It was not a mainstream. We thank the International Republican Institute. This sociological research, in fact, is the monitoring of how decentralization is working. And surely, today, only thanks to our armed forces of Ukraine, we can say, or we are obliged to speak about recovery. The recovery and the preservation of local self-governance. I would like to drive your attention to the fact that the communities, both bigger and smaller ones, can be at the rear or temporarily occupied even, and still they have local authorities, though it has been evacuated. And they go on providing certain public services. I'd like to drive your attention that since the 24th of February, there has been 55 state officials of local self-governance were kidnapped. They were taken political positions. Those are the heads of the village council, secretaries, and still 5 of them are in captivity. Why do I drive your attention to that? Because the only thing is that we cannot exchange them because they have a special status. They are neither military nor civilians, but their only problem was that still at the temporarily occupied territories they were trying to provide certain services. Definitely we are doing whatever we can here and now. We are creating the strategies and submitting the projects, and we'd like to do that as quickly as possible. It's not a secret for anyone that the delegated authorities are not provided with funds, and annually we have more and more authorities that is about the assessment of the ranking. For instance, about the food with discounts for the children, which is foreseen by the government as the state task, but it is being accomplished by the city mayors who are present here today without funding. 1,640,000 of affected children. And of course, the resident shouldn't understand whose responsibility it is that the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers was adopted, but funding is 28 billion hryvnia. Of course, it's never been given. And we don't have only the deficit of finance. We have the deficit of equipment. How many school buses from the western Ukraine were used for evacuation? I was evacuated from Bucha on a school bus. How much of communal equipment was used just as an obstacle, as a barrier, and was destroyed during the first days of the full-scale invasion? Well, of course, Vitaly Klitschko was speaking about the undistributed authorities. I can see that Mr. Lomaka is responding to that. Where is the end of the military administration delegation of authorities where we have local self-governance. You can look at Kyiv region, in fact. This is the triangle, Irpin, Bucha, Hostomel. I will not criticize. Just look where we have local self-governance, we have recovery. Where we have decentralization, not just because it's bad, but because we don't have. Nobody does that on purpose. They just don't have a feeling of the community. They don't have the common work with communities. Who are we? Here on the slide, I showed how it is working. Region by region, help for each other. Honestly, when I was getting ready to this presentation, I didn't want to speak about that. Just an example about the mutual help and support. We're all speaking about fortifications. There is such a small community, Bilopilla, in Sumy region. It is under shelling now. They need fortifications now. Here we have the mayors of the cities who, in the last year, the year before the last, they provide the inter-budget transfer to Nizhyn in Chernihiv region, to Kherson communities. So just imagine Bilopilla community came to Brovary community to get inter-budget transfer. And the Ministry of Finance refused to do that. The inter-budgetary transfer for the creation of fortifications, and Chernihiv didn't get that as well. So this is the example what we could do while these norms were working. In 2022 they have been cancelled. Under the conditions of war they cancelled the norms about mutual support between the communities, about the interbudgetary transfers. 410 million hryvnia, you don't see that figure, it's on the screen. That's what we managed to transfer. And in fact we are working under these kind of conditions. But now about good things. Last year, in the same hall, we were showing. There was only one slide. Now, don't even tell that it's not true. Last year, we had only this slide. And we started with the International Republican Institute collecting the best practices of local self-governance under the conditions of war. More than 300 best practices of local self-governance in different categories. You can see the list. The help for the United Armed Forces of Ukraine, the help for the families of the heroes, the help with the evacuation. Which practices have been developed? Here is 50 communities only selected unique practices, thanks to the International Republican Institute, Association of the Cities, and USAID. They are here. These are the technologies which can be replicated. Those are the success stories which, since the 24th of February, were implemented in the communities together, and they are going on with that on the humanitarian provision and the help for the civilian population, and as for evacuation as well. Still, I'd like to drive your attention when we're speaking about recovery to the following. We have lots of smaller victories. Just look at this slide. You can see how many arrows there are in it. At the state level, the responsibility is about recovery like that. 2 documents. Unfortunately, so far we don't have that. At the regional level, 2 documents. In the majority of regions, they don't have it as well. Just look how much we have at the local level, how many squares with the necessary documents to be adopted, to be developed by the local self-governing authorities, so as to submit the project for the recovery. Yes, this scheme is not perfect, but together with the ministry, together with the parliament, we are improving it, and this is a huge piece of work. This is a huge work of the ministry and line committee, and each of those 1,469 communities, so as the recovery to take really place. So, as for the smaller victories, we now have a huge number of occupied communities and deoccupied as well. So I would like, well, we have Mr. Turchak here. So I would like to thank Olena Shulyak and Olena Kozlovska. We had a Melitopol unique experiment when at the occupied territory we managed, with the help of drones and the satellite shots, we could find out what property was damaged and destroyed. Why is that important? Just imagine, the residents of the occupied territories even legally cannot claim for housing because legally, you cannot confirm the fact that you lost the housing. And we cannot confirm it with any documents. Our line ministry has developed this document. This experiment is successful, and we would like it to be widely spread among the communities in Mariupol and Berdyansk and Henichesk and all the others which are temporarily occupied, to provide our citizens not only with housing, but to register and document the facts of damaged and destroyed property, these crimes by Russian Federation, because we have new objects created there. The strategy for the development of certain communities needed by the occupied communities as well, where to move to. I remember Bucha and Irpin, when during the first minutes after liberation, we need local authorities there, which would provide step-by-step incremental activity, so as the citizens could instantly get the services. I'm sorry for this fact, but even beginning with the packages where we had to package the bodies and even the necessary attire for the communal workers, let alone mining and many other points. I already was speaking about the funding, which we need to simplify. I cannot just say that only about that. The MPs who cannot be drafted, but they cannot leave the country. So we decrease the number of contacts for the support of the state of Ukraine, not only local self-governance, this which leads to the decrease of humanitarian aid. 7% of the local MPs decided to refuse the use of their mandate because of the regulations of the government, which is unfortunately discrimination. We need to cancel it, because before the war we had lots of gender-based projects. So why now are we silent about that? That the women who are the MPs still cannot go abroad just because they have such a status, that they have been elected. And at the central level we are being told, let us provide participation, let's provide gender equality, let's include the quotas and percentage for the political parties. This is how it is working. And when we're speaking about the help between Khmelnytsky, Ivano-Frankivsk, Nizhyn, Kherson, it's impossible to do it now, even if they wanted to transfer money to Kharkiv, or because we have such a regulation by the Ministry of Finance, which is necessary to be cancelled. And now in a nutshell about the future. Just 1 minute. Okay. Vitaly was speaking about the concept. You have it in the handout materials. This is not just the product of the Association of the Cities. The head of the Group for the Development was Oksana Prodan. We were working for 2 years under the patronage of a group of G7 international partners, and this is the vision as our concept of the reform of local self-governance in 10 years. Has partially been accomplished. Sometimes it lost its relevance, but under the conditions of war we've got new challenges emerged. 254 communities as of today do not have the legally elected mayors. Just imagine this figure. 184 military administrations are implemented in the settlements. Those are the communities in the rear as well, speaking about Nityshin, Varash, let alone Chernihiv and Sumy. So we have the concept here, we have the direction where to move to, so together we need to achieve that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexander. I hope that we'll come back to the discussion as well. One of the cities which you mentioned about, the transfers, that was Ivano-Frankivsk, which gave subvention to Nizhyn. But before giving the floor to Ruslan is for the first time here at the panel discussion with the presentation of the best cities and best practices. I first would like to give the floor to Alexander. So now let's show the presentation of Khmelnytsky, because Alexander, I think it's kind of déjà vu. This is the survey again, these are the outcomes again, and the mayor of Khmelnytsky is on the stage again. Please try not to speak for too long, so as Ruslan to have some time, because this is his first time here, so as he could have an opportunity to share his first emotional impression. But still, I would like to hear you as well. Hello, glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Yes, it is a kind of déjà vu. This is the 8th time of my participation in the municipal research and survey, so So I'd like to express my gratitude to the International Republican Institute. I'd like to thank the sociological group of Rating. You know, we have the budgetary year and the calendar year and the academic year. During these 8 years, I personally had one more year, before the survey and after the survey, because this survey is incredibly important in our activity. It shows lots of really nice dynamics for the analysis, and it's a nice assistance, material for assistance. I thank you because it's so important for us. Let me at least tell about something different, because I'd like to respond to the outcomes which I saw today. As here in the air, we can feel the answer to the question where we have the decrease, which happens in Khmelnytsky city as well. It's not critical, but still, we are in the top according to all of the indicators which we have, which is nice to hear. But as for me, this decrease is explained in a very simple way. The last year is the year of the very targeted fight against local self-governance. I'm sure that this is definitely a kind of a so-called hand of the Kremlin, because the Russian fascists were breaking their teeth against many cities because of the very specific position of the representatives of local self-governance. This fight against the local self-governance was rooted in that as well, and lots of our so-called friends were also investing into these points.
And for the whole year, we had this kind of confrontation with the local self-governance. Alexander Slobozhan talked about some kind of relocation on the part of certain councillors, and that smeared the reputation of all of them. And there is, in Gvardiske, there is a small community. There is a councillor, lady councillor. Her son is a POW. She could not go to Vatican, to Switzerland, to free her son. She is a councillor, a couple of thousand people in Gvardiske. And the shelters, you remember, I suppose, who is to blame? Of course, local self-governance. 134 million Khmelnytsky shelters, all the certification process, compliance we want to build from the 1st of November. We have the new standards in place. We want contractors to do that, looking for them, because there are few people willing to, and even if so, there are no people willing to touch it with a 10-foot pole, because the standards had to be changed again. And this is the time of total uncertainty. We all remember the drums, there are no drums anymore, but the image of bad local self-governance. And Khmelnytsky is 1.5 billion, only 30%. Last year, for the armed forces, we contributed. We do our own drones. We purchase drones. We radio electronic warfare capabilities. It's a risk, you know, because people come to other places, other municipalities, and have some criminal proceedings instituted against such activities. Even without the drums, we bad energy supply. This is the state company responsible. It always blamed on mayor and local self-governments. Unfortunately, there are many such cases, too many, scores of them. And in words, we can hear cooperation, synergy, but we would like this cooperation and synergy to be in words, not in words, but in deeds. So somebody has to walk the talk, so to speak. And this is a survival quest, and it can even skip all the recovery affair for us if we fail. So the information wars should be, the information warfare should become history. We are one of the pillars of our statehood and statecraft. building new Ukraine, not recovering, not rebuilding, but building a new Ukraine. And the local governance is ready. We are ready to do all that, introduce, rebuild, recover, and a couple of words on the main subject, the armed forces. Of course, we invest, we purchase, procure the equipment, we finance through grants new innovative ideas, the software. There's this Trevoga app invented and designed in Khmelnytsky. We found that development of UAVs and the terrestrial, the subsurface, surface, you name it. We buy the outfit, the everything I mentioned earlier. Another new priority is resettlement for. There is a set of programs. Everything is fine, and there will be our own resources and plus our donors and utilities. In Khmelnytsky, we have a lot of impact. Unfortunately, the latest was it went up to 40 minutes. It took us less than 40 minutes to renew the water supply, energy supply, and all the other services we're responsible for. As far as utilities are concerned, it's an hour or two at the longest. And we know that other municipalities in regional capital are very keen also, because we are there for the people, with the people, and we are expedient, and we have high performance, and we deliver. This winter season is going to be the worst, presumably. We have cogeneration in Khmelnytsky. There are few people from the central agencies. We can generate 7.5 megawatts, but with a great deficiency. We do not contribute that to the grid, because gas for cogeneration plants is sold at 16,300, and this is loss-making, very much so. We would like to have some discount price for cogeneration to 7.5 megawatts. That's 10% of what is actually consumed by Khmelnytsky as a community. Nobody is attending that matter, and we work with cogeneration, USAID. We are saying hello there. Thank you for this support. And on our own part, we provide water supply, we provide sewage system, we provide heating. Power supply is not our responsibility, unfortunately, and that's where we can expect the biggest gaps, traps, and challenges. But in joint effort, we have to survive to defeat the enemy and build a new, better Ukraine. Building back better. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much. Vasil was talking about the same thing, not just because he is an expert of the national level. He was a mayor once. And he knows it from his own experience. Being there, done that, so to speak. Ruslan Marcinkiv, Ivano-Frankivsk. We have referred to the city in different contexts. We've had a subsidy to Tunisian community, and Ruslan has something to say, I believe. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes, and I'm happy to be with you. And this is a very important survey. It provides this opportunity for us to see where we have to keep up and where we have to step up. We are very much limited in our financial resources. 17% of our revenues we spend to support the armed forces. 527 million hryvnias. This is a great amount as far as we are concerned. for last year, especially when the personal income tax was removed, no drones, no devices for radio electronic warfare. And we have to take the situation into consideration very closely and carefully. And the communities are contributing that way. And also maintenance of the critical infrastructure, paying the salaries and wages and to the teachers and so forth, educators, and the financial resources are definitely very scarce. We have to engage the resources for the things that are not related to the armed forces and the critical infrastructure and the ground projects. I mean, Ivano-Frankivsk in that area has a great team that has been active for some years now. And for the things that cannot be appropriated and assigned directly from the military budget, we contribute. Now, thanks to our partners from the European Union, we implemented 2 projects recently for the IDPs, that is. For a urea kind of community, we have about 40,000 IDPs accommodated. But the statistics is quite misleading sometimes, and this is a migrating figure. We can see that from the mobile operators, mobile communication operators, up to 100,000 at some point. Now it's, according to our estimate, it's about 45,000. So for our town, 1 out of 8 is now an IDP, and actually the exodus of people, 1 out of 2 report that they are not coming back. Those are able-bodied people, men, especially of the age of 16 to 17, in apprehension of their inability to leave the country, make this step. And we have the IDPs who come in families, and within the family there is 1 soldier, at least. And there are many of such families. 38 IDPs buried in our community, casualties of this terrible war. So it's a matter of honor for us to provide the families of the perished heroes with accommodation. So we prioritize active service officers or those with the IDP status. Last year alone, we engaged 5,619,273 euros and 4,325,920 in the pipeline, and we count on the major part of it. This is now a rare, perhaps the only opportunity, with great difficulties, and the State Audit Service, they do their inspections, and for smaller communities especially, 50% of the funds should be spent in the communities, and then they are refunded. Ivano-Frankivsk, with the councillors on board, engage those funds. These are the projects that we implemented recently, last year, this year, even the projects that we wouldn't have arranged to afford it on our own had it not been for the international support. This is Vovchanets Hill Forest, and it cannot be funded for the budget, but it's been funded. And the STEM education, we have 83 relocated companies we are playing host to them, but the technical education, engineers, and the town was not ready for such a number of people to be employed. And technical education specifically, engineering is extremely important for the students, young students. It's one of the reasons why one of the companies turned our municipality down. No technical personnel, not the facilities, not the premises, but the qualified personnel unavailable. And another project, the Jewish cultural heritage, monuments, safe and secure future. You can see it on all the slides, things that we've managed to implement. So we introduced this great data center, and this is a security matter in its own right. So you can use some numbers, IDs, or face identification through CCTV that was implemented with Romania's trans-border cooperation under the EU. The auspices, energy saving, and the filling stations plugging stations, medical care, many people, children with disability, and now IDPs. One of the projects implemented is a rehabilitation convalescent center for children with special needs. And we recently opened, it so happened, we applied for it, but the Museum of Weapons. Nobody expected a full-scale invasion somehow, but this is the Ukrainian-Romanian museum, interactive museum of arms, and Frankivsk defended itself in the 17th century and now. That's an excellent idea. Another piece of luck with the fundraising and funds provided. We have the shelter project still incomplete, and there are some projects being implemented right now. New Economic Forum on Frankivsk, because there are many companies at risk, and lady entrepreneurs taking over. 50% of entrepreneurs, women. It used to be different, more men. Now it's 58%. And every month we can see that the number of women and ladies that install themselves at the helm of businesses, and they receive financial support from the town, 15% of them, and the co-working project for businesses. Decarbonization under the auspice of the EU. You heard about this program. Our president makes statements to that effect, the European funds, but nobody is telling us about the compliance part and how difficult it is to qualify in terms of funds and resources for implementation of the project. Let me emphasize, millions of euros. To accommodate that kind of amount, you need 500,000 of a match with a matching contribution. And Tatiana is not here, but I'd like to say that we need those matching contributions to be arranged, especially for the smaller communities, when they have a budget of a couple of million viewers, and they need 0.5 million to do that. Well, I'm concluding anyway. Recently, we were awarded 3 projects, healthcare improvement, central municipal clinic, smart energy supplies, 610,000 euros that we started implementing. And this is about pumping stations. We should abandon the old techniques, and we are now installing the sensors and the control points, control centers. Again, the city budget would never afford it. And also we won now in another project at the time of this full-scale invasion, the big war, that was mentioned at the bottom. There are 3 projects that we have with German municipalities, our sister cities. Why? They are important simply because there are many projects implemented in cooperation, because any European projects should have some kind of twin with us. This is Potsdam in Germany, the Italian town mentioned there. And this is Zolochenets Mountains, that's Ivano-Frankivsk, that's another EU-funded project, Ivano-Frankivsk, reliable area and the best town for living. And the slide you might remember with emotional satisfaction expressed by the people. They are proud of being Ivano-Frankivsk dweller, the most comfortable city in the world. We won't have to go on and keep doing that. The most important thing, though, is our victory and prospects for development. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you for this very quick and intensive account. Well, Mustafa was telling us at the opening that all the money goes for defense, to defense, and as you have the source. And you demonstrated with Ivano-Frankivsk as a case study how it looks and how it should look. In Ivano-Frankivsk, it should be multiplied, it should be scalable for the national space. Dmitry Turchak, head of the Department for Regional Policy, 5 minutes. Try to be as quick as you humanly can afford, and then we'll have another 15 minutes for a very intense conversation. And I would like to make some clarifications to Ruslan's intervention. Yes, it is difficult to work with the projects, and the efforts invested do not always pay off in terms of our fatigue or the efforts. People say the funds are small, but this is a nice way to practice, to get ready for the European funds on a bigger scale in the future, hopefully. And that opens the doors to other structural funds with the same rules and standards like Interreg. And that will actually be very rewarding, exponentially so. So it is difficult, but it is worth trying. It's an opportunity to learn, to practice for your associates, because it's a complicated process in its own right. Agencies for regional development created, like in Ivano-Frankivsk, mostly the city council, town council. And I would like to say that this is going to serve us as a training opportunity, practicing opportunity. Each time it gets easier and smoother, and the result is more predictable and favorable at that. And you also actually promote your image as a reliable partner to the European communities. You can see the municipality engaged and involved, but the town is developing very successful in terms of development, housing. Many people would like to move to Ivano-Frankivsk, purchase a flat, because the area is really reliable there, and it's a beautiful place anyway. And we can see that now. For the purposes of recovery, I would like to add certain nuances there. Number one, as you probably know, Ukraine is at the final stage for ratification and preparation of documents for Ukrainian facility. This is a lending facility of 50 million euros. with the additional funds being provided to be used also for recovery. In that plan, we read that 20% of that grant, it's actually a grant, a granting facility, should be aimed at assistance to local self-governance, communities, municipalities, and the Ministry of Finance are now developing the methodology to that effect. And recently, with our interlocutors in our conversations, we mentioned and agreed that we had to listen to the communities, take heed of their vision and aspirations and wishes. So, with local self-governance associations, sometimes we have heated disputes, but we always try to arrive at a mutually beneficial win-win solution and decision. Another smaller aspect that I would like to mention in passing, the ministry, the cabinet of ministers are now processing in their pipeline the strategy of regional development, and with the subsequent update of regional and local strategies, you have to pay close attention to that. You're advised to do so because all the European partners would prefer to assist in the predictable and comprehensive development of recovery and process of recovery. So we need some kind of convincing, reliable strategies. Make up your mind about the principal priorities that you have for next year, because that will serve as a ground for the European projects to work there. That as your programmatic documents and with the public funds to be channeled for the purposes of recovery. We are in communication with the EU representatives to upgrade and update the technique and the functionality of the system to make it easier, to make it better available and of high quality. We'll provide you with a toolkit to arrange for everything that is expected by your community members, because perhaps you know better what the destination, the end state should be at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Roman. It is clear that it raises the highest interest, and you can engage and attract such resources only in this togetherness. Dmitro Turchak, Metro, Department of Regional Policy, Ministry, and the floor is open for the questions, remarks, and comments, or putting a question. Mayors, I have former ministers, Vice Prime Minister responsible for centralization has been spotted socializing. So Valery Pekar, but he is not. He didn't rise to contribute. He has some other concern to satisfy. Well, there are no willing parties. Then the final remarks from our speakers and lunch break. Lunch break is always a good idea, I suppose. And so now, Alexandra, there is this philosophical tenets that tactics without strategy is just fussing around. So let's just say and state that at the national and local level, we have no common strategy for development and recovery of local self-governance, or in local self-governance. So all those success stories, best practices, and things done by the mayors, many presentations today and to date. This is about ad hoc arrangements, firefighting, and mending the fences. There are many voices heard, but they should get the same message across. Even in Berlin, those people who are assigned to go there with the concept and message and training. In 2014, they adopted this concept of local self-governance. It didn't come out of thin air, though. In 2010, 2013, and during that period, we had some time when nobody would hear about decentralization. Before that, we had another period. Mr. Kubida and other people are my witnesses here when they were generated some policy papers. Then was a slide down, and in 2011, Association of Ukrainian Towns, cities and towns, we were all obsessed with the transfers coming late and with the arrears with the treasury, electronic transfers, and nobody was thinking about any kind of strategy or any kind of future. It was a survival quest. Still, it opened the window of opportunities in 2014. It is never. Nothing comes out of nothing, you know, or overnight for that matter. You should keep in readiness a reconciled concept for a re-institution of local self-governance. That's a joint vision and that's joint movement. Even psychologically, at many events, however closed, we work with IDPs, and housing comes first. Work comes second. Jobs come second. But the question is, when Mariupol and Melitopol are liberated, what will we do?
And when they begin to think what they will do step by step, it's a totally different psychological mood. That's it from me. Thank you so much, Alexander. I think that we support your words with a round of applause. And I would maybe go from that side. Dmytro Turchak, please, 2 minutes for the conclusions. Well, it's hard to say anything about the conclusions. I just told everything in my report, but I'd like to add the active position of the communities is so important. And first and foremost, it will depend on you, the quality of how you're working with the European foundations, with the sister cities. And I would ask the communities to be included and involved as much as possible, to search for your partners not only in Ukraine but abroad as well. The ministry will always be your partner. Please come to us and we'll help you as much as we can. If we have the opportunity, if we have any additional financial opportunities which we'll be able to allocate for the communities, we'll definitely consult with you and to introduce all of the things which should be implemented so as we could work together. Thank you, Dmytro. Ruslan. I would like to say that today, whether we want it or not, the agenda is to save a Ukrainian state. So local self-governance and the issues which we used to have 3 years before the full-scale invasion were a top priority. For the people today, we are a bit maybe lower, even if you look at the surveys. That is why it impacts the work of the local self-governing authorities. And we, besides being the, in fact, leaders of the communities and people who solve economic issues and local issues, we have also become the leaders who, in the eyes of the residents of the city, need to solve all of the Ukrainian problems. Unfortunately, the current situation when the war is lasting for more than 2 years in any democratic country, and we are democratic in spite of anything, can lead to a huge decrease of trust towards any authorities, because the war is still ongoing. Mobilization, blackouts, social issues, the issues with employment, and lots of others. They all have influenced, are influencing, and will influence. So the issue is that how we, critical managers, cope with that, like local self-governing authorities. I mean the critical managers specifically. Unfortunately, we cannot predict what will happen in half a year or in a year, and it's a huge issue for the communities. If we used to plan that in 2 years we'll be able to open this and that, I don't know what happens tomorrow. God forbid the situation changes at the front line, so the agenda may change as well. The number of the IDPs increases, doubles, or maybe in 3 times in our community. We reflect that and we see that. We need to take that into consideration now. And I think that the communities today are still the aisles of the people who are trying to solve the urgent matters here and now. So that's why local self-governance, as it seems to me, has become a kind of a main leverage which allows us to, well, maybe not for 100%, but still to solve some of the issues, to try to solve the issues because we are the closest to the people, because it's easier for all the people. The slides are showing that the people are still trying to go to the city mayors, to the local authorities, because we are the closest to them. And that is possible while the international organizations are taking decisions and the state level as well. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Ruslan, I can see that these slides are showing another point. Maybe you can correct me if I misunderstood the context, but still I saw that the local self-governance is accomplishing the function for the support of the idea of statehood and independence, because it turns out the following. Even in the period when people do not have the faith that everything is okay in the national level, these periods are in waves. Still, we have the main faith that in their cities everything is okay, especially in the cities where the people see the quality of the services, or they are satisfied with jobs, or they had many developments throughout the years. So I can see that as well as we had the impact from the national level, that the state provided the reforms, the changes, but at the places you did not feel it and decentralization is starting, we have the reverse process for the support of the country from the places. We had that researched last year and the year before the last about one of the sustainability factors, why Ukraine stood against the enemy, because self-governing authorities were one of the factors which were developed. Alexander, what would you like to add in the end? So, the majority of my colleagues were elected in 2015. We, again, were re-elected in 2020. The majority of those who felt the decentralization reform with our own skin. The majority of us showed really nice leadership qualities, the initiative, the ones who were never expecting or waiting for any orders or regulations, but took initiative. And they were real leaders. So I agree with the point that self-governing authorities were one of those pillars which broke the teeth of a Russian occupant. And to conclude, I'd like to say that the communities and our partners from the central authorities, our friends from the international organizations, trust local self-governing authorities, because we have shown for multiple times that we are capable to overcome any issues where they are multiple and maybe their number will just increase, but we are able to overcome them together. And of course, we cannot know what happens tomorrow even. This is the life, the hard life. These tactical steps and the issue of survival is super important, but without the strategy, we won't be able to create the new Ukraine. There should be a dream, new Ukraine, which we all need to create together. But in this new Ukraine, local self-governing authorities should be one of the pillars, because we can rely only upon the responsibility of local leaders. That is why let's work on. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. And before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, when we had discussions whether it will take place or not, and I was asked the question frequently that the agenda of the local self-governance maybe is not the most obvious in the context to save the Ukrainian statehood and to create defense. But even the full-scale invasion showed that it turns out that development of the local self-governance helps to increase the defense capacity of the country. Those are interconnected points. So the dream is the same. Ukraine is the state of communities, so we are moving along towards this dream. But before going to lunch, I'd like to tell 2 short points. Glory to the local self-governance, glory to Ukraine. And the second point, bon appetit.
Так, шановні учасники конференції, давайте будемо продовжувати займати свої місця. Можемо продовжити. Чудово. Отож, шановні учасники, ми продовжуємо нашу роботу. Зараз ми будемо...
So we would like to continue and discuss European integration and the challenges for Ukraine and the role to be played by the communities and how European integration can help our communities. Among our speakers here, we have Yaroslav Yurchyshin, who represents the Parliament of Ukraine, MP, head of the Committee on Freedom of Speech, Freedom of Expression, Deputy Head of Section for Economic Cooperation, Martin Breitmeyer, Mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Sienkiewicz, and two acting mayors of Poltava, Katerina Yamshikova, Chernihiv, Alexander Lemako. And I would like to draw now the first conclusions from our previous deliberations. It's not just fighting corruption, but you can see the situation is better there than it is nationwide, but the public perception and sociology, as we put it usually, is not so good and leaves a lot to be desired. And for a lot to be helping communities become more transparent and embrace integrity. Mr. Yurchyshin. I would like to thank Taras for this opportunity and share our parliamentary developments for transparency promotion with local authorities specifically. This is another challenge or another set of requirements to work more transparently and openly, provide for some public transformation. But even with the previous parliament, and in the light of developments pertaining to Transparency International, there is no other opportunity but to curb and curtail corruption. Yes, it's better than the national level. You have direct contact with your constituents, that they can ask you what you do, how you do it, but in order to promote experience, we have to showcase the processes. Transparency City is an ongoing showcase, case study where we have correlation between the open part, the available part of information, and the usable part for local communities and for the purposes of our European integration. It's much easier for them. Of course, we leave the security components out of it, but there are, of course, security considerations, and they ride supreme. But the more information is available, the easier it is to find some resources for the information to be further implemented. And well, if we switch to the process, which is most important for local self-governance and local governments, this is an effective recovery, and there is the solution at the center somewhere that it can be managed from there. And we have some troubling trends attempts to control that, to play all the ends, but I don't think it is possible to reconcile with this attitude any kind of projects with the international partners, because the EU logic is to solve everything according to subsidiarity principle at the lowest level imaginable. Only the ones that cannot be solved at the grassroots level should be promoted higher up. And decentralization with objective and subjective developments. At the same time, we have this duty to demonstrate how we engage local and regional level in recovery-related processes. And in my advice is do coalition. First thing we do is create a coalition. It's not just for your subordinates or your associates from the local self-governments, but the public and the media. Why this coalition approach? This is a holistic political process which is much better appreciated by the EU. And with the recovery, they put this question continuously, where the public fits in. And we understand that from time to time, public relations and relations with the investigative journalists come to some kind of competition. They're not your competition, they are your associates. They complement your work. And that makes your communication with the international partners easier, because inclusivity in the broadest sense imaginable is the thing that EU appreciate. Generally speaking, our local authorities sometimes feel that the central ones do not appreciate decentralization and support decentralization enough, but this is a temporary phenomenon, I promise. And it is not just about recovery or reinstitution, but this is about further development even for the issues to be solved at the local level. The central level should not interfere, and well, perhaps with the corruption offenses, but this is enforcement. This is a different form of control, if we can call it control. Thank you very much for sharing your parliamentary experience, and as a former head of an NGO concerned with corruption. Our next speaker is English speaking. There are headsets in the bag.
Which open before Ukrainian communities in the context of European integration. So what would you recommend Ukrainian communities, how to integrate properly, how to use properly European funds? And next week we will have Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin. What should be our expectations from this conference?
Many thanks, and apologies, I'm speaking English. It's an honor to be here. I've never been on a panel with together with 3 mayors. That's quite an honor. So for Germany, as you may know, locally led recovery and reconstruction is a key priority, and we just believe that the main part of recovery and reconstruction in Ukraine will take place in municipalities, and it's just very important that representatives of these municipalities will be involved in deciding what to reconstruct, for instance, and how to reconstruct. For us, that's key. Another focus of German development cooperation is decentralization, and one flagship project we have in this area is the You Lead for Europe project you may have heard of. So this is basically support to our Ukrainian counterparts in preparing and implementing decentralization reforms. And we're implementing that together with, or funding it together with the European Union and several other donors. These two priorities are also visible in the organization of the Ukraine Recovery Conference, which the moderator just mentioned, which will take place the next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, as you will know, in Berlin. So in the run-up to the conference, we held consultations with representatives of municipality and regional associations to take into account their needs and concerns regarding locally led recovery. We invited a significant number of representatives of hromadas and regions, but also of these related associations to the conference. We also have a dedicated space at the conference called Recovery Fair or Forum, where representatives of regions and hromadas will be able to present their own portfolios and project ideas, where they will be able to get in touch and connect with representatives of private sector and governments which may be interested in cooperating with them. Then one of the four main thematic dimensions of the conference is actually on the role of municipalities and regions in reconstruction of Ukraine. And we are in addition also preparing several deliverables which may have relevance to locally led reconstruction, including one alliance for sustainable municipalities. And we've sent out information to other donors, and they are welcome to join us in that alliance and others. So, as I said, locally led recovery is key to us, but we see several challenges. I guess one of them was already mentioned regarding to issues with the business climate, corruption, but there's also other issues we see, such as a lack of human capital and capacities because of the heavy outflux of citizens from municipalities to city centers, but also out of Ukraine. The question how to ensure basic service delivery, so there's just a lot of challenges here. And that's one of the reasons why we're especially pleased that the EU has agreed to grant Ukraine as membership, candidate status, not yet membership status, and that hopefully EU accession negotiations will start soon in summer. Because in our perception, these negotiations will bring in a new additional momentum for reforms, relevant reforms in Ukraine, many of which hopefully will have positive impacts in hromadas regarding to the challenges I mentioned before. But at the same time, we obviously acknowledge that the situation in Ukraine is very complicated and difficult at the moment, challenging. There is at present a lot of different processes and financial instruments that are linked to conditionalities and reform requirements which Ukraine needs to fulfill in order to access finance or accede to the European Union. And at the same time, war is going on. There's as I said, issues with capacities, with human capital, and we understand that if the situation continues as it is, it may lead to Ukrainian government being overwhelmed by these many conditionalities, and that could entail sort of stagnation of the reform process, which I guess nobody here would want. And obviously, I don't have any silver bullet or panaceum for this, but from a donor perspective, I would just like to make two suggestions that may contribute to alleviating the situation. One of them being, and none of them are novel, they've been voiced at other forums before, so one of them being an improved donor coordination structure in Ukraine, in Kiev, and a better link to the multi-donor coordination platform, MDCP, in Brussels. This would allow a more regular, structured and efficient sectoral dialogue with line ministries, between line ministries and donors, better mapping of the donor support that's already being provided in different sectors, the needs that haven't been filled yet, and this could also add to reducing the risk of duplication of donor support and increased transparency regarding needs and support. So these are two suggestions which I believe could help. Well, there's another suggestion, sorry, I forgot the other suggestion. The other suggestion ties into the improvement of the donor coordination structure, namely, I guess it could help if Ukrainian ministries gave even stronger strategic guidance regarding their needs and their priorities to better steer and direct donors, so that there is a better sort of coordination, stronger ownership. I think together these two aspects could lead to helping donors to more efficiently support Ukraine in implementing reforms. So these are two ideas, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is something we have to discuss with the donor community and local authorities, national authorities as well. And as representative of civil society, I want to thank you for being so active in engaging civil society to the Ukraine Recovery Conference, because from what I see in Berlin, we are likely to see like the highest representation of civil society compared to all the URC, compared to Lugano and London. Thank you, Mr. Breitmeyer, and thank you, Germany, for all the support for standing with Ukraine. Тепер давайте з міжнародного, з національного рівня.
And now let's proceed to inspect the local level and to see how the communities use European opportunities for European integration. It would be a gentlemanly thing to put ladies first. Katarina Mshikova, Poltava, acting mayor, thank you very much for being here, for my being here, and we are at the bottom of all the ratings, and that's our incentive actually. That's the reason why I accepted the position, and that's what we are trying to rectify. Not just rectify, but there is a potential. For example, for European integration, we should not reinvent the wheel or anything. We should see the leaders, the trailblazers, and how we can follow their suit and add some pep to it. And fighting for the twinning arrangements and sister city arrangements. We want more transparency, closer cooperation with municipalities to avoid any kind of unnecessary links and this maze of connections, like with UNICEF and the new standards applied to the settlements, and our bureaucrats actually very much frustrated with this new procedure. But at the end of the day, we'll be able to cooperate much more fruitfully thanks to the direct program, and destination matters here. And this is resource intensive. It takes a lot to accomplish, but we have a great interplay with the towns and municipalities that we would know of originally, We can not always arrange a project at once, but establish at least a contact for some kind of cooperation in the future, perhaps. And we would like to discuss more than just projects. And it should be some shared story or common history. This is something to leave a trace, make the difference, good relations for years to come, for the years to come. Ukraine's history has been regularly suppressed and underestimated. In Poltava, it's all on the surface, but we have no sister city. Yes, we have friends, we have partners, we're in the talks, but historically we are clear, we are visible for this country, for these people. And this is not just about a project or that project. We are not dependents. We are ready to come up with a strategy, like we discussed earlier. And the IDPs who move to the territories that we are in communication with, and for those people, I wish that not just the government, not just the local authorities, the people, the community members there should wish for cooperation. And that means that they should know more about us. My little dream is Poltava Days in Sweden. Not just Poltava as a trademark or as a picture from a history book. They should know Poltava entrepreneurs, for them to actually desire not just to feel obliged, but to desire to establish contacts, the right discourse, the right approach, and it's something you experience by doing, try and accomplish by doing. Poltava is not anymore as a town of dreamers, and we are not academic about it. We would like to have ready, capable communities, open communities. On the 29th of June, we, for the first time, we are celebrating Poltava Day. Those who even have visited Poltava should also come. It's a must, because you will see a different kind of Poltava. We'll be grateful to you for your cooperation, inter-municipal cooperation. This is a prospect for great European integration, because we are connecting not just individuals, but communities and peoples. And with such a bunch of mayors, a like-minded crowd that can make all the difference in Ukraine. And that's something interesting.
Thank you so much. Haven't you had the Day of the City before? Microphone, please. Well, we had it, but we didn't have the Ukrainian context. It just used to be as a Day of the City, but had different senses. And now we'd like Ukrainian senses, our own, real ones. That is why the 29th of June is the first written mention of Poltava. So we'll celebrate the anniversary of 850 years this year. Okay, thank you. I think that the Swedish-Ukrainian Union idea was understood since the 18th century, and now the world finally understands why we decided to unite against the common enemy. Okay, let's move to the north, Chernihiv city, which shows that in spite of all of the problems connected with the Russian aggression, with the institutionalism, or with the lack of the city mayor, they still show nice results, including the trust to the management of the city. Why so? Could you tell us? And how does the city restore itself? How does it use European opportunities? Good day, dear colleagues and friends. In the first part of the presentation, lots of things about Chernihiv were mentioned. And before the beginning of my answer, let me comment the outcomes of this survey. Really, it is so important for us, in spite of all the complications. Last year, during the speech at the conference, I was speaking a bit too long. And Alexander Slobozhan was very offended by that. That is why I'd like to express my gratitude to the Association of Ukrainian Cities for the constant support. It was just said that the cities should collaborate with each other. We have such a union, and it is rather efficient. More than 1,000 communities, 1,100. That is the Association of Ukrainian Cities of Ukraine. We have lots of city mayors today, and in fact we know that the local self-governance issues are regularly solved, or at least raised at the association meetings. So, in my speech, I was speaking then a lot about the issues which we faced unexpectedly in the city after the recovery, after the repel of the Russian aggression. As soon as the city started its restoration, in a year or even in 9 months after the deblock of the city, with totally stupid decisions, and the decisions which will be harming to the image of Ukraine, we had to get rid of the city mayor of Chernihiv according to the absurd reasons. I will not remind you of the story. I will tell you what has happened, what was worse. We had the pressure strengthened, but in spite of that, the city goes on along the course which we had before, the recovery, and we show the results. What we saw today by the figures, we had the 3rd place by the assessment of the quality of services by our city residents. As for the frontline cities, we take the 1st place. This is a confirmation of the capacity of the local self-governing authorities under such complicated conditions to solve the issues which the people face. For us, the voters and the city residents who gave us these obligations. And with the majority of the cities of Ukraine, there is a difference that besides the problems and besides the enforcement pressure which all the local authorities have, for instance, the revision department for the previous year, having written 110 million hryvnia, which Chernihiv city spent for the defensive fortifications, is unfortunately the improper use of money. Today I got the letter from the Ministry of Finance. I guess Kyiv can comment on that. We had a deal with Kyiv that they could help us with 25 million hryvnia for the fortifications around the city, because this is the common task of Chernihiv and Kyiv. Kyiv voted, this money was allocated, but the Ministry of Finance writes that they are ready to support this payment, but not for fortifications, anything but fortifications. Those are common problems for all of the city mayors. Besides that, we have the military administration, which with all of their actions unfortunately worsens the situation in the city, but the situation is still nice, and that's good. So, if we look through the municipality research, in the question whether your city is moving in the proper direction, Chernihiv takes the 1st place. And I have the answer to the question why. The city lived through really hard 5 weeks of the blockade and regular shelling, daily shelling and destroyed objects, and as of the end of March 2022, in Chernihiv, we had only 70,000 people. Before the full-scale invasion, we had 280,000. Now people came back to the city. In fact, they came back during the first months because they believed that the city will have its future and will do everything possible for the future. The city mayor Troshenko, before he was fired, said that at the first meeting in April 2022 that we need to give the quick signal to the people that you can come back here, because if we do not bring the people back, we will lose the city. Since the first days, as well as since the first days of the war, the local self-governance, without waiting for any comments from above, did everything possible to provide the defense of their cities. In the same way, since the first days of deblockading, we gave the people the signal that you should and you can come back. This is the critical infrastructure, this is the preparation for the winter, because we had the really CHP damage and the the water pump stations and other stations. The housing, 140 buildings were shelled with direct shelling, and approximately 3,000 of private buildings were either substantially damaged or ruined. This is the housing and the education point, because without the families with the children coming back to the city, we will not have the future. So all of this work, well, we never changed our course after the absurd suspension of the Chernihiv mayor. Our team went on along this course, understanding what we need to do. Now in the city, according to my estimates, we have at least 250 to 160,000 citizens. People came back to the city and believed into its future. We would never do it on our own, without the support of our international partners. We allocated approximately 1 billion hryvnia from the budget of Chernihiv for the recovery, 1 billion hryvnia, which is not enough. According to the assessment of the Kyiv School of Economy, which it presented after the deblockage, that was May, if I'm not mistaken, of 2022, Chernihiv took the third place in Ukraine at the level of damage after Kharkiv and Mariupol, and the approximate sum of losses was $4.2 billion. Well, of course, we never had such money. We sent 1 billion of hryvnia of our own budget, and 780 million hryvnia was attracted of international grant or direct support or co-funding for the recovery of the city in 2023 only. I'm speaking about the last year. Even now we have new projects, new signed grants, in particular NEFCO, 5 million hryvnia for the reconstruction of heat networks of the system. The city has never spent so much money for the reconstruction of heat, and as for the water canal and other, we have 10 million euro grants and deals for the current and the next year. 780 million for the last year. We had the budget of the development 800 million before we had the military fee. So now one more budget, 780 million hryvnia, was attracted from the international partners. We are working with anyone. The biggest projects, for instance, the Red Cross, ICRC, they created housing for the temporarily displaced people. I think that this is one of the best examples in the country. The fully fledged 1 or 2 room apartment with the repairment works, with the furnishing, well, without the TV set. Our families from Chernihiv region and Chernihiv city live there, who lost their housing accommodation, and from the temporarily occupied territories. We have the module hospital created by GIZ, approximately 1.5 billion euro, with all the medical equipment which you can find. The recovery and restoration of the schools and shelters in the schools. Last year, in 2022, after the deblockage offline, we had already 11,000 children starting. This year, 23,000. Before the war, we had 28,000 children. So 85% of the pupils of Chernihiv schools go to schools offline, but unfortunately they need to get to the shelters, but high-quality shelters during air raid alerts, done using the money of our international partners. We're developing the cooperation with the sisters. This year, Chernihiv submitted the application to Eurocity, one of the biggest networks of European cities. 38 countries, approximately 15 million population in the cities which are included into this union. In September, the management should consider our application. I do hope to have a positive decision. Last year, Chernihiv got the flag of honor from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe as the acknowledgement of our principles and standards which are common with us and European Union. We signed partnership with the cities of Reims, Aachen, in 2023, with Laboranda from Finland, with Rzeszów from Poland, with the city of Saint-Denis from France, with the city of wine plants, that is the United States of America, and we consider several more cities because in cooperation those cities help us with the projects, strategic ones, like the students of Aachen city, together with our architects, are developing the new park in Chernihiv city, and it will be the project done according to their standards. Then out of what else could be important, I'd like to emphasize at all of the meetings with our partners, at all of the meetings with the sister cities, with the ambassadors of the European countries, I always emphasize that, and so important, that the issue of self-governance, local self-governance and democracy in Ukraine is the issue of national security, because we are being supported by the international partners with weapons, with finance, as a democracy. So the issue of its protection and preservation and local self-governance is one of the cornerstones of democracy. It's obvious for our partners, because cooperation, direct cooperation with the cities, honestly speaking, is much more understandable for them because of the corrupt risks than the cooperation with the government. It's much more logical for them. So this is the issue of our national security, and now it has to be one of the most important for the survival of our country. So as we could have further support, everybody and at his or her place, including the local self-governance, or maybe first and foremost local self-governance, we need to show sincere commitment to European values, transparency, the lack of any corruption, cooperation with the community, openness for the media, all of the common principles. It's not the question of re-election or election of local authority for the next term or cadency. It's not about ranking. This is objective issue of survival of our country, because we are dependent on the international support for more than 50%. So I'm sure that I'm confident that this is our common responsibility, first of all, of the local authority. Thank you. Thank you so much to you as well. Thank you to your city that you were standing, because it would be harder for Kiev if you hadn't. Thank you for recovering. And from the city which was standing at the north, let's move to the city which protected the south and the center of Ukraine without any exaggeration, the heroic city of Mykolaiv. Alexander, we already spoke today about the plans for one more union between the Ukrainian municipality and the Scandinavian country. You have already such experience thanks to the fantastic partner, the Kingdom of Denmark. I know it's not the only partner of yours. How do you recover? How does the city provide the cooperation with the European partners? Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has joined the creation of this event. I think that all of the presentees and invitees would like to thank our IRI and USAID for the work which you're accomplishing that is so important for us, and it is invaluable. Unfortunately, not everybody understands that, because I do not see people here who, in fact, we provide appeals about the importance of the local authority. I will not do that, but still, Steve Nix, my Drachman, I'd like to thank you for what you are doing. That's really needed. During the war, we have created in Mykolaiv city 10 different sisterhoods, but you know, I wouldn't like to measure who has more sister cities or fewer, or the number of destroyed buildings. We shouldn't compare that. I would like to tell you important information about different points and to discuss why we have gathered today. You know, when you're watching the weather forecast, they show that it will be shown 26 plus 26, but the feeling is plus 14 because of the wind or any other conditions. So in fact, whatever is happening today is the feeling of the Ukrainians, not the objective forecast. We are not discussing the number of units of transport per person or the capacity of one bus. As for the overall number of residents, we don't say about the quality of drinking water and about its properties, chlorides and others. We do not say whether we have the waste disposal, or do we have any figures or indicators of the norms on waste and garbage and so on. We are saying about the feelings of the people. What creates the feelings of the people? The indicators do not. The figures do not create those feelings. They are being created by the environment. And if we speak about Mykolaiv residents, the media does that. First of all, I think that we cannot compare the cities in Ukraine, especially now, during the war. It's not just not inappropriate, it's impossible. Because comparing Khmelnytsky city, Ivano-Frankivsk city, and Mykolaiv city and Poltava city, well, it is hard. They have the issue they don't know how to accommodate people. We have the issue we do not have people to provide something basic, to create relocated businesses and to locate people, to accommodate people, or our problem is to create businesses. The problem of creation new park compared to the problem of the lack of drinking water, which is already there for 2 years. And you can see that in the outcomes of survey. People are angry. People feel this lack of love, and in fact, who they are against. The city mayor, not Putin, who destroyed the water supply and deprived people of drinking water. We cannot get to the Dnieper River, but against the city mayor. You are visiting so many countries, allocating so much money. When shall we have water? But we need 300 million euro to create the new water supply from the river of Pivdenny Bug. This is not the money which we take from the partners. This is really a substantial sum of money. Last year we had the Minister Kubrakov here, Ms. Azarkina, Mr. Korniyenko. Who do we see today? None of them. Well, obviously the situation is like that. But the understanding how the state should work from bottom to the top or horizontally is lost because we don't have the feeling of proper understanding why we are here today. Everybody is for him or her. Somebody is doing something, but it's not a teamwork. We have very nice 10 football players, but we don't have a single goal. So we can speak about strategies. We were speaking about strategies at the first panels, but sorry, which strategies? Of what territories? An important fact, an important slide, I hope that you noticed it, about the European integration and so on. Expectations for NATO and European Union at the frontline areas has decreased. I'm quoting Alfonso Capone, a famous US gangster, who said, "A bullet changes lots of things in your head, even if it gets in your ass." And in fact, you know, seems that the war should change something in the heads, in the minds of many people. But unfortunately, we have the roll back. Maybe we are in the wrong direction. What am I telling about? I'm speaking about the information policy of our state. It turns out in Mykolaiv city that we have clan media. I'm sure that in each city we have the same. When I became a city mayor, out of 54 MPs, 26 were from the opposition bloc. They were destroying the local authorities with the help of the media, naming the white the black the white, and so on. In 2020, I became a city mayor again, 17 opposition bloc and 5 from Sharif fraction. It's not about MPs, it's about voters. I love Mykolaiv residents. I know that they had this, unfortunately, brain influencing by Russian propaganda because they wanted to introduce the ideas that this should be CIS, not EU, and so on. At the state level, there is the united marathon of news, but it is not working that well. You need to work at the local level as well. And it turns out that after today's meeting, after today's discussion, we have the snake which is biting its own tongue. We can see that the Mykolaiv residents are not satisfied. They take the 3rd place from the bottom. What are the conclusions? That they need to leave, there are no perspectives, and so on. Those are not the conclusions which would be rational. Those are emotional conclusions. The same will be in Poltava. I share your positive ideas, good for you. But in fact, it's not about the projects. It's not about the day of city. This is about emotional state of the people who are told every day how bad it is and how it will be even worse, and so on. We heard today Poltava is always depressive, right? Well, I think it's not about Poltava. It's about some other cities as well. So, friends, it's hard, you know. I have the only type of motivation in my life, to see when it is worse somewhere. I motivate myself looking at the people who don't have a limb anymore, and I understand that I am okay. I have all the arms and legs. Everything is okay. I look at such people and I understand who it is harder. So, in fact, today we were speaking about corruption. Look at the outcomes of the survey. Everybody says that the top officials are corrupt, but answering the question whether you faced corruption, 90% say they haven't. What does it witness about? About the feeling. When everybody is speaking about corruption, it seems to exist. But have I seen it? I never saw it. Like in the song of the group Pyatnitsa, I did not see it with my own eyes, but I was told. So what I'd like to tell you, we are trying to do whatever we can in Mykolaiv city. We open the data, we provide GIS systems. I gave the regulation to publish all the budgets in the machine-readable format. We changed the procurement policies. Deloitte is working at the water canal thanks to the European Anti-Corruption Initiative. Ernst & Young are working on our structure of the city council, changing the policies and making them more transparent. We are opening as much as possible. We are the first in Ukraine creating the website of the monitoring of international assistance and reported about the 2022 and 2023 as the reports with figures, tons and so on, where to, how much, what was the residue and so on. So we have lots of experience to share, but if you look at the research, we can see that again, the authorities are corrupt and so on and so forth. The journalists, investigative journalists, I'm also naming the example of Singapore. For the untruthful information, people went to jail. When you wrote something untruthful, you need to be responsible for that. And it should be criminal responsibility for that. People wrote, when they acquired chlorine, they stole so much. They acquired it with a higher price than it used to be half a year ago. I'm reading about that. I want to kill the director of the water canal, and he says, what's the issue? ICRC is buying chlorine, not me. And why is it more expensive? Well, because they don't bring 20 tanks, but 5 in bags, and they try to avoid the settlements according to the rules of ICRC. So what do we say to the media? Correct the information. What do they answer? We added a new passage. Wonderful. I haven't seen a person in the world who would read the same piece of news twice, waiting for the new passage or something like that. And again, this is the influence. Oh, the people are stealing, just using water or chlorine, bastards. But no one is writing that that was not true, that it is wrong. And when we say it's wrong, they tell us, but you are corruptioners, why should we believe you? So to conclude, I'd like to remind you the words of Mustafa Nayem. He said important words. He wanted to speak to the state authorities and local self-governance, because the issue is the same. Today I meet with different partners. I use my English, but we can see that today the issue is that the people who are working at the places and the state authorities, they don't know English. Even during the war, I decided to study Spanish. And in fact, I think that the person needs to know several foreign languages. What do I mean? If you would like to have an educated person with a strategic way of thinking, who has the experience in project management, who knows at least one foreign language, and this person should get 10,000 hryvnia of salary, bingo. Well, 24/7 work? Well, let it be. But still, we are not just Bigfoot, who know, or people know that we exist, but nobody saw us. In fact, when we say that the mayor of the city gets the salary of 50,000 hryvnia, what do we get? Negative. We want you to be dead, try to survive getting our salary, and so on. Though the third year student of the IT company which I created gets more than a city mayor of Mykolaiv city. The person with zero responsibility, without any strategic decisions to take, without planning, and so on. That's why. You know, today I heard interesting offers, but as of now I understand that we are just shaking the air, nothing more. People who we are speaking to today are not in the hall. They are not here. They are absent because they don't understand why is that. We are just the club of interests. We are measuring how many partnerships we have, how many projects we have, and that's it. And then we'll leave. And it will be written in the media again that this person is corrupt, this one is not. So, friends, I would like to wish you all share the best practices with the ones who are weaker, the ones who can fail. We are ready to share with the European Anti-Corruption Initiative. We are doing these projects so as they could be replicated or maybe upscaled. We would like to speak to all of you. Let's look at the projects, but it's important to create master plans and to strategize how not to build back better, but to build forward. Because back, honestly, it's already back. We need to look forward. So, in fact, it's important that the state level understood and wouldn't try to hide the success. But vice versa, we should share it, because we need to understand we are one and only country. And if those are 10 football players who are working as a team, they are doomed for success. But if they're just 10 cool players but only one bad goalkeeper, then still they will lose if they are not playing as a team. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Alexander. Let me remind you, we have the time for the Q&A session, so please prepare them. And we had a totally different perspective, not only from the perspective of decentralization and regional policy, but from the perspective of information security, without any exaggeration. So here we raise the issue of powerful local media, not only national ones, and the issue of freedom of speech. I would like to hear an opinion of Yaroslav about that. Thank you so much, Taras. In fact, I thank Alexander so much that you're raising these issues, because there is journalism, but there is manipulation. There is freedom of speech and there is propaganda. And it's not always Russian. Being the head of the Committee on Freedom of Speech and protecting the journalists where it's necessary, I would like to appeal you, Alexander, provide this material to the Commission of Journalist Ethics, because all of the ethical standards have been violated in this case. The substantiation was violated. If you asked to provide your position according to all of the norms, let alone laws, this shouldn't be just an additional passage. There should be the information which is wrong, and we should emphasize on that. We shouldn't hype on the perception of the post-Soviet authorities. So whatever the authorities do is bad. It is inappropriate, and it is much more harmful. As for the original dimension of the media, this is one more moment which it's important to acknowledge for our foreign partners. Until the regional dimension of the media doesn't have independent media, and unfortunately it is not independent in all of the regions, and we'll have this lack of trust between the local authorities and the community. And thus we will weaken ourselves from within. I'm not only speaking about pro-Russian media. At the national level, we are actively countering them and more or less efficiently. But unfortunately, at the regional level, post-pro-Russian or just Russian or oligarch outlets which are still connected with the parties, political parties which are prohibited, like Opposition Bloc and Shari Party, they are prohibited, but their media are not prohibited. Their assets are still in the local councils. So we are actively working with our international partners to invest into the regional media, but only under one condition: complying with the ethical standards of journalism, the ethical code which you can refer to when you have such a situation, responsibility, personal responsibility for the wrong information, and even for when you do not, in fact, refute this information, because anybody can, in fact, have mistakes. So in this case, Alexander, I'm ready to be involved as much as I can to consider it as the Commission of the Journalist Ethics, because it's important to show that such cases cannot be left aside in the democratic society.
And this information, misinformation, disinformation claims generate caseload at the Ukrainian courts, but get ready your questions, because we are sort of monopolizing the discussion for this panel, or at this panel. Alexandra mentioned media cooperation. Maybe some negative example, what Yaroslav commented on. I would like to expand a little bit. And when we discuss journalists and TV, there are different cases there, but there is someone to call to this kind of hotline, and you can also institute legal proceedings after all. But Telegram channels seem to be invincible, because once I was reading Tony Blair's memoirs, and NBC had 11 million people. Now it's 0.5. The 11.5 went to the migrated to social media, and there are standards, requirements, and so forth. But if it is an anonymous Telegram channel, they can get away with any kind of nonsense. And I understand that they have 40 to 50,000 subscribers in Chernihiv. This is quite a community by the local standards. And this is manipulation, and this can be weaponized. And where's the fine line between freedom of speech and manipulation, for that matter? Thank you very much for the question. My vision of Telegram channels is as follows. It's either we set the rules to moderate, to administer such channels with violations, sometimes criminal offenses, children's porn, and other things that are blatantly criminal. But we are discussing all the social media for a network to be represented legally, so that we can apply to that representative authority, and the beneficiary owner should be disclosed. And Telegram channels can be blocked, because in this case, it would be more correct to say that some information can be removed, or we can think of even severe steps to be taken, because predominantly it's a refusal, it's a blunt refusal. And we could not block the propaganda content through Apple and Google. The demand was to remove the information, because the apps could be made unavailable. And for a couple of hours, they demonstrated chatbots of the official agencies. We should think about the legislative framework. There is the Service Act of the EU. There is effective combating some international information. And from Telegram, my experience, 40,000 subscribers mean 4,000 to 5,000. The rest of them are registered accounts. There's this anti-bot act in the states. They are there to hype and to increase media attention and clickability. But another matter we have to discuss is the bot recognition, machine recognition, instead of an actual person. It's so-called synthetics, and the network should remove the contact according to the rules. But you remove one, and they're mushrooming, and you have 10 instead. In Чернігів, Миколаїв, and Poltava, говоріть. When you start talking, you have to lead the communication. I understand that it is sometimes difficult and seems unnecessary and out of the question, because we have problems with drinkable water, but it's usually for the perpetrators. They actually try to get an easy ride using media attention and social concern. Well, good afternoon. I'm from the public broadcaster. Julius Korek. Two mayors is my question. We discussed reconstruction, and the percentage of reconstruction we discussed is much smaller than the pain part, but pain is the essence of the discussion. Still, I have a question. What kind of proportion of your time you dedicate to real reconstruction, creation of proper conditions for the returnees, for the comeback, and which part is the red tape? 1, 2, 3 from everyone here. Can you give us 3 points? What should be done by local self-governments, or for local self-governments, rather? Well, to promote reconstruction, to expedite reconstruction, what can we do? What can be done? Shall I start? Well, for the percentage, it's hardly measurable in different circumstances. It's different. Let me just say that in Chernihiv, immediately after the blocking of the town, together with the Yakusha studio and the civil society organization, we developed that resilient town concept that was also true for not just opposing the external aggression, but dealing with the internal pests. And together with the edges, French partners, we are getting through the pipeline the project for strategic development, French and Ukrainian architects together, and together with the Ukrainian NGO, we developed that with the recovery agency. We have some people from that agency here, and we developed architectural political program for our vision of the city. Together with another NGO, it is a long story, and it's by no means a low-hanging fruit, but still we are hopeful, and this is for the future. What should be done now for the focus on our developments and achievements, instead of wasting time on unnecessary confrontation? It's easy. Just leave us alone. Don't interfere. That's for law enforcement and central agencies. And the central agencies should regard us as a partner. And we really naturally are their partner. It should be regular with the meetings, with the presidential office, land ministries. I can hardly recall any such meetings. Correct me if I'm wrong. If so, it was a long time ago with the then Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister Kubrakov. We had such a meeting a long time ago, but otherwise I cannot think of any venue since the martial law was declared. We haven't had any with the minister, with the cabinet of ministers, or the presidential office, for that matter. We have too many examples across the country when central authorities try to fiercely compete with the local authorities instead of establishing partnership. I would like to be clear-cut. It's 70-30. Well, that's bureaucracy. Bureaucracy takes a toll. And my background is NGOs, private sector, and I was actually flabbergasted with that. But the red tapes. But speaking strategically, I would like to draw attention to the new developments pointing to this new reality we are living in. Veteran policy, veterans, part of the society, not just as a social protection narrative. This is integration, resettlement, because veterans, ex-combatants, they are part and parcel of the society. So on our part, we created a special department for veterans and families of the veterans killed in this war, lost in this war. These are spaces, these are not just memorials, but some kind of memorabilia. This should be about actual life of the city or town and the personnel, human resource management. We can see that there is a great unsatisfied and unsatisfiable demand for workforce. Professional development. We need drivers on special transportation vehicles. We are fighting these stereotypes. I have a 3-month-old girl, but I know where I can be active and how to be active. I have to do my thing. I have the will to work. There are many ladies who are just caught in that seemingly unsolvable situation, and there is a great potential there. So we have to create conditions for the comeback. People is the country. We do not need shelters or reforms, for that matter, for anyone but people. And Mr. Marcinski was discussing the park that was actually abused by propaganda. Why people go somewhere? They can see the picture, the image, and they follow the dream. And Russia has nothing sacred about it. And we have to be inventive, and we have to be adventurous even. We have 50,000 people in Poltava as IDPs. They need housing. And, we started with 2 tenements. It's a bit too late, but it is about potential. And I'm thinking about the voice being raised and being heard, and this is institutional capacity and institutional opportunity. And we have to be as integrated as possible, closer to the people, less time in the office, more time with the people. And we can see that from this survey, but this work requires this hands-on experience. Well, at the town council, we have plenty of people. And sometimes nobody likes the red tapes and paperwork over electronic. We have to teach English, teach everyone. And this command of English is an absolute necessity now. So I wanted to focus your attention on that. But there are many such points that should be revisited and reconsidered. And we have another pair of questions. Nobody. I had no time to answer. I would like to stay with my kids. My goal in life is to make my children better than I was and I am. Unfortunately, they're not Mykolaiv. I don't believe in online studies for 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds, for that matter. I have some sleep, and I do some sports, or sometimes ride my scooter. That's all the leisure I can afford. Now about the strategic documents. In fact, the role of individual is difficult to overstate. They created the world, they invented things, they propelled this civilization, but something should leave trace after you're gone. So manners make people, and politicians make countries and states. We need a master plan. We decided not to reinvent the wheel. And one work is the company contracted through European Economic Commission, and Denmark is chipping in, so to speak. And there's the master plan as part of the spatial development process. The best experts engaged. We have this healthy competition with Kharkiv and Norman Foster Foundation, the works. And I would like to come back to the strategy thing. Regional strategy cannot stand alone or stay in its own right. It should fit into the national strategy. And we like to dream to develop hospitality business in our community. We would like to make tarts or pies. Where's logistic? Where's the essence of this economic money-making development? Not to come around with your cap in your hand asking for money. I've attended many summits and conferences. There are now three parties to it. Some want it like the same way it was before the war, the Fools Convention. Some people want to supply and provide. And the paying party, the third party, is always somewhere in hiding, it seems. And we are looking for the paying party. Instead, we have to be self-reliant and mind the strategy, so to speak, and think how to best implement the strategy. Two questions. To conclude the panel, Taras. Thank you, Taras. Thanks, Mr. Sienkiewicz, and all the panelists for raising the issue of media, local media especially. It is very important. Taras Yushchenko, your town media hub manager. And we can see a lot happening at the local level, because the local authorities sometimes cannot notice that because they're too busy doing their own thing. But I would like to oppose Mr. Yurchikov and the Journalist Ethics Commission. I think investigative journalists, they are fighting corruption, just pointing their fingers to corrupt persons without any systemic approach, regular approach to statecraft and making rule of law state in place of this corrupt one. So we have to do capacity building about around the media. We managed in Lviv, and the mayor is criticized on a regular basis, but I think deputy mayor and councillors would be my witnesses that he can come to us freely. There is a dialogue, and there is that dialogue in the community also. To make it universal for Ukraine, media and the media capabilities and media capacity building, well, that's the advertisers disappear, donors are very selective when it comes to specific regions. And we have to engage all the parties around recovery. At URC in London, nobody actually was discussing that. I have a request for our German colleague. Will media be part of the agenda for the recovery conference in Berlin? And whether it will be taken into account for the future with the real capable media, like in Mykolaiv. We'll have fewer of them, fewer of Mykolaiv kind of case, and more journalism quality. I'm Vasil Babic. I represent two think tanks, Center for Economic Recovery and Business. I have a question to both Alexanders and Katerina about institutional capacity and the European integration part. At the very beginning, Mustafa Naim was referring to the human resources and human resources management with the civil service. We need capable people, English-speaking, managing projects, EU law awareness, transboundary cooperation. At Europe Day, we had Euro Summit for NGOs. We also had people from Lviv. We are not in league, I promise, but at the local level, they have their local Lviv Regional Bureau as a utility for European integration. And then this case was supported by Vinnytsia. They created their analog and their own town. And what is your advice, or maybe what should you advise how can you advise yourselves? How can we improve this for the city and with the civil society, think tanks, IRI, USAID, and so forth, international partners? Well, I will give the opportunity to every person on this panel to respond. Ill faith medium can be capable, fully capable, so this is a kind of transfer. And that's or referral. I don't think Mayor would visit you. Your constructive criticism actually encouraged him. You can explain thousands of times that there was something there because it was an incapable medium. They are very capable, but the issue is not transparent, and there is some money issue involved, I'm sure, and we should tell such journalists that they make a big mistake and they cannot stay in their corporation, stay in their profession with such attitudes. I'm with both hands in favor of developing capable media without any kind of state interference. So the state can create some competitions like Ukrainian Cultural Foundation with the regional media and local media to avoid any kind of accusations that you have favorites and you have pets among the media. But many Ukrainian journalists have high professional standards, but they should actually expel those people who act as media killers. Well, then, of course, you will be a competition rather than a partner. Well, I would like to say that, in fact, information is a product. It should be paid for. If we discuss Telegram channels, this is a different realm of sensationalism and yellow press and some leaks in favor of the and this is jingoism or whatsoever, the Pareto principle. And when in Denmark, I shook hands with the Minister of Defense. On the next day, somebody decided the F-16s were finally arriving in their best newspaper, Politik. I was on the front page with the Minister of Defense with the headline, Ukraine is getting F-16s. I was the one to receive F-16s. I decided to look it up, but it was payable. There was a paywall, so I could not get through it. So media killing is media assassination is a profession in its own right. There are media channels that turned local or developed some local tentacles. And we say that as a result of this reorganization, we merged schools. We have 2 instead of 4, and 1 is liquidated. Liquidated as legal entity. Telegram channel, Sienkiewicz destroyed 4 schools. That's how they comment on this thing. And it's not about journalism or journalists. Journalism is, I go to some intensive care units and suggest that I try providing such care. Well, nobody would let me, but in journalism it's different. Anybody can do it, as they believe. And it is not a matter of camaraderie. It's not a matter of corporate spirit. There's this society which lacks critical thinking, critical perception. They just swallow what is cooked for them. So why do we need some media? There are always people who know how to think and know what they are doing. And there are some people who are just consuming. And consuming takes no effort, intellectual or otherwise. You just have to know how to fondle your gadget. And this is about development information. At the state level, the national level, we have to create a Ukrainian citizen who asks, is it true? Why is this so? Well, mayor steals, that's the old story, it never changes. And about institutional capacity, you know, it is difficult to say. And speaking of strategy and other things, it's about how, but who will do it? I don't think anybody is concerned with this particular issue. Those people who are capable of doing it, they are most probably not coming back to Ukraine. And secondly, they would look on us, persons like myself, my humbles, they would like to stay away from this trouble. And having read about all the background, the reputation, the goodwill being destroyed savagely, who would like to risk it? Those people, why would they come to any kind of harm, municipal or national?
Media in the recovery processes of Ukraine, and what about presence of Ukrainian media at URC in Berlin?
Yeah, many thanks for that question. So you are correct that there's no particular focus on the role of media in Ukraine and recovery in general. But I'm sure that Ukrainian media will be present at the conference, and I'll also mention that your point to the organizational team, so it could maybe be included in some way, or maybe that could be suggested to the next organizer of the USC. Italy.
At least in Italy, we will plan some event for media, yes, for EuroC in Italy. Okay, thank you.
Poltava, Chernihiv, and this will be the end of our panel. I will not repeat the phrases of my colleagues, seems it resonates in all of us, this topic of the media. Someone has his or her own specifics, but still it is in all of our communities, and we know which point is really painful for us. I fully support the topic of consumption of information. We need to work better on our generations, which are growing now, which are capable to perceive the information better, who are interested in media literacy. And if we have the opportunity to provide such projects, to implement as much as possible of them, and to think about that since the early age, looking how our children are consuming information, the topic of media literacy should be one of the foundational. There was the question whether this topic is relevant of the work. Of course it is, and we are ready to pilot it, whatever is needed, if it is about the conscious consumption of information. You cannot get from it. This is the space where you can try yourself, and then you can sell this product in particular. So the steel is being done in fire, so who said it will be easier? We all understand that. As for the situation with the institutional capacity, let me be really sincere. I was asking of my colleagues in Lviv, we need a separate institution about that. This should be the understanding what they are doing every day, with which unit and who of the partners, and what's its objective, what it has to do. Yes, it is a new story. Each in the community forms it in his or her own way, and as I lack it, my experts are working 24/7. Whatever is written in their obligations, if they're capable, they do that. They don't just perform many functions. Is it convenient? No. Whether this person is burnt out soon, maybe, but I hope that he or she will use the values. Whether they would like to go and work in the local self-governance authorities, well, yes, it was written why in the research. Not every single person is ready to go for this self-sacrifice, or sometimes you may say it's masochism, because the topic of what we are speaking about, maybe sometimes we do not see our children for a long time or our relatives. Sometimes we are obliged to feel different pressure or to read certain information which definitely does not give you any inspiration, motivation and appraisal. Have you seen any information where you would see the topic of investments, about 20 million euro for the community, and there were several likes. But when we have the posts with obscene language, this is the popular thing that's interesting, that is well disseminated, but whatever could be important for the donor to have the support of the community. For instance, the person is investing 20 million euro into the community. Yes, we have lots of reposts and likes and comments, but we don't get that much as we should. So it's about the culture. We need to speak about that. We are being heard and seen today. The media are asking us about that. You're asking us. So we need to provide this information properly, because it's not a local, a regional story. All of us have the similar story. So I wish inspiration, the wish and glory to the armed forces of Ukraine for the opportunity of being here today. Thank you, Alexander. The second question was about institutional capacity. When we're speaking about the capacity of any authority, by the way, what was said that about the transfer from the state authorities to the local self-governance, it never happens at our place because our salaries are lower. We don't have a long queue of those who would like to work at us. So the state officials cannot get 20,000 hryvnia per month, 40 max. The heads of the departments with an annual budget of several hundreds million of hryvnia, they cannot just get 35,000 of salary per month. That's obvious. The constant pressure onto the state official does not incentivize us as well. As for the public state, Alexander Sienkiewicz has said a lot about that, and I agree with him. And we've got lots of issues of of law enforcement pressure. Several examples from Chernihiv. My deputy responsible for the winter insulation, for buying the transformers, was sitting in the detention center, and now he wears a bracelet and has to charge it because this bracelet is not of high quality and it is losing its charge all the time. So I read his note of suspicion. The investigators just suspect him of stealing something, and he is almost of pension age, and he was sitting in the detention center for 2 months. The head of one of the departments, who did not sell anything, the communal enterprise was buying something, but she is being suspended because she did not check the price, and she does not have the check of the price in her obligations. So by the decision of the court, they came back, but for 2 months they were suspended from the work. One of the key departments responsible for the infrastructure and for the preparation of winter. The ladies of the structural units, who were never distributing any money a priori and don't have any corruption risks, like from the accountants and economics, after the searches, they are afraid to introduce any drafts of decisions for the consideration of the executive branch, because they are just afraid of being deprived of a laptop and cell phone, because just without any reasons they are accused of different crimes. The search of documents at their homes and the contracts with the contractors, which can be, by the way, found at their work, not at home, just after the official request. So after this law enforcement pressure and the low salaries, adequate people will not go to any authorities, local self-governance, if they don't have any personal ambitions, motivation to do anything, and the system pushes them out. So speaking about the institutional capacity and the staff is an important point for everyone, including the authorities, then we need to do something with that. Taking into account that this is the end of the panel, and I'm the last speaker, Stephen, I would like to thank you again, RRI, and the ranking of the sociological group, and all the presentees. Thank you for an important survey that you're doing that during the voice. So important. It gives us the opportunity to look at the spheres we need to improve, to see the broader picture. And I personally last year had a question at the panel last year, what motivates me to work under such conditions? I'm personally, and I'm sure that concerns all of my colleagues, I'm motivated by the support of Chernihiv residents to work under these conditions. And of course it is shown as an additional opportunity. Thank you. And thank you, all of you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Friends, I would like to end with a positive note. We will definitely win, and after our victory, Mykolaiv city will have the Euro integration. Everything will be really cool in Ukraine. Thank you so much. Well, you know, today we raised a very important topic which can be formulated as the connection of information policy with the institutional capacity of the local authorities in the context of European integration of the country. It sounds as a topic of thesis, but let us go on searching for practical decisions for these challenges. Thank you to our speakers, and we invite the next panel to the stage. Hello again. It is 2:45. Don't look at your watch. I invite now to the panel discussion the following speakers. We have here Maxim Nefedov, please. I can see Serhiy Sukhomlin. I can see Serhiy Nadal. I do not see Andriy Dligach. Oh, I can see Andriy, please. And I don't see Alexandra Azarkhina. Oh, here she is. Good day, Alexandra Mykolaievna. Konstantinovna, okay. Alexandra Konstantinovna. So everybody is here. Not all of us. I said Serhiy Nadal, surely. He will be the one to start. We will not have any long pause or break. Let us instantly speak because we are out of time. So I would like to go from the previous panel and to say, Alexander Fedorovich, that the reputation of the second session is can be ruined in a much harder way than in the first one. It was harder in the first one, right? So let's move on. And again, we don't see the people who we are talking to. They were not here for the 24th of February and the next day, and it was not an obstacle for us. So we can see here Mr. Sukhomlin, who will tell about that. So we will be speaking about the practices, successful practices in the economic sphere, because first of all, we need to win. This is the most important for Ukraine today. But even being at war, we need money. So how it is happening and what we can do for that. Here we have the people who can share it with us, share successful projects. So I'd like to start with the heads of the communities, mayors of regional centers. Sergei Vitalyevich pretends he does not hear me. That is why I'd like to start with you, Sergei Vitalyevich. Before the 24th of February, in your schools, you've conducted the training of military security and you created the interactive maps of fortifications. In our Association of Cities, we are trying to be ready as well, but you did it much more of that. And I know as the next employee of the tax service, you need to shape the former allocations for budgets. How do you do that? Any successful practices, please? Could you please share with Mykolaiv as well, so as they had positive and knew how to do further on? Thank you for nice words. Hello, all of the colleagues. Thank you to our permanent partners, the Association of Cities of Ukraine, USAID project, and the International Republican Institute for the analytics for such events that you're helping us to work. I wanted to tell you in a nutshell how we are trying to help during the war for those who are creating the budget of the city, because SME is the foundation of our community, the biggest employers and the biggest taxpayers. Ternopil is still the rare city, but the business was affected because we didn't have the supply chains, the logistic chains, and the work with an expert. So our objective was to create the measures which would help business and our ex-combatants, veterans who are coming back from the war, and to work for the front line for our common victory. In a nutshell, the first project is the competition among the veterans and their family members for development of the veterans' entrepreneurship. We had constant grants as for 150,000 hryvnia, where veterans and their family members offer different projects to implement. And what's interesting, the registered entrepreneurs are taking part in that, as well as the beginners. That is planned for the acquirement of the licenses and other necessary points. What's interesting, the families of the veterans took part in that, as well as their wives. So the incentive is that they are writing the program and then they get the compensation of the money. So the real sector of economy creates new job places. People have the real business. To support the veterans of war, and on the other hand, to support our local business, we've implemented the program which compensates from the budget of our community the payment as a unified social investment for each employed veteran. On the one hand, this is the incentive to hire veterans. On the other hand, this is the support of our local business. Ternopil, as any other city, is acquiring equipment for our needs of the veterans. Sometimes there are delays with the equipment because of the logistics issues, problems with the customs. Lots of the equipment has been acquired, which is produced in neighboring cities. So we have our own potential. We have our own experts and business which can produce such equipment as well. So we took a decision to conduct an open competition of the best IT technologies, as we don't have the opportunity and don't have the right to acquire something connected with other points, military points. So those were IT technologies, but the participation for the competition was the invitation for the military, who professionally assessed whether this equipment is really useful, whether it will be used. The money allocated from the budget sent to the winners of the competition are producing today the special equipment which is delivering weapons to the positions or can take the wounded from the positions, the equipment which helps to work with different pilots of UAVs and like electronic warfare and other. And we got the grants. So we don't just produce something in the basement. We have the fully fledged production, which is certified, which will work further on. So on the one hand, people got some permanent job places and businesses. The military units are getting the equipment which is necessary for them. So it's nice that one of the participants of this program got the medal from the president of Ukraine for their invention needed for the armed forces of Ukraine. Part of them is taking part in the developments which are being tested by the military to use them on a permanent basis. This is both the support of the business and the creation of the new job places, the taxes which are still in Ternopil city. On the other hand, this is the guarantee that the military get the equipment what they need. Because one of the conditions of this competition, at least 70% of this equipment will be sent to the military units, which offer the protection, and 30% will be sold on their own to create the certain market. So this is how we're trying to work, so as business could work, develop, and pay the taxes to work together for the support of the military and for the victory. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sergei, for your experience and being positive. I'd like to go on. From Ternopil to Zhytomyr. Definitely, you have something in common. At least you don't give anything ahead of what happens. You're just providing compensation. You don't give the money for the UAVs if you don't see them. So only when the quality is being under control, then the city reimburses the price of the drone. You never do that before. The local self-governance does not give the money before. So as for the business, I was seeing I was looking at your face when you were looking at the results of the survey. As for the water disposal and all of the underground waters, it was made in Zhytomyr, but you were still not looking satisfied. Why were you not satisfied? No, I was totally satisfied, in fact. Because the work of the mayor's city, and Alexander said a lot about that, maybe is one of the least thanked. Nobody is grateful. But still, it's the most interesting job in Ukraine, and you need to perceive it like it is. But as of the research and as of the survey, I was a bit stagnated when I saw it. For instance, electricity provision in Zhytomyr is one of the last in the ranking. So you ask a question for yourself. Oops. Zhytomyr in 2022-2023 season, when the whole Ukraine had blackouts, we almost did not have blackouts, only twice or three times blackouts during the winter. And as of today, when we have 6 to 12 hours of blackout in other cities of Ukraine, we never had a blackout for a month already. We have a solar station close to Zhytomyr, 50 megawatt. It gives the opportunity to cancel blackouts, but people perceive it in a different way. So it's cool. It's interesting. But speaking about how the community, in fact, survives, how the business works during the war, or a year before the war, Skabeeva showed Zhytomyr in her so-called news, a Russian propagandist. She said, Zhytomyr is at the low place. It is going to create the... They don't have gas, but they want the factory to incinerate garbage and litter. During the war, in March, we opened this factory. And during the war, the Italian company created the factory in Zhytomyr and several more enterprises, not the relocated ones, but Zhytomyr and foreign business were opened during the war. So it gives us the opportunity that, in fact, the city has its future. But when we say today about the recovery, about the strategic plans, you know, I'm very cautious about that. First, we need to win the war, then to understand what we have left, at what land, and how many children we'll have. Do we need to reconstruct the school, for instance, and then to spend money for that, to create strategies and to waste resources? Because now we are doing something which is incomprehensible. Who will need the school in 5 to 7 years? Bringing back the people from abroad is a cool mission. Just a month ago, I visited Hauda city, where during the first weeks of the war, in a centralized way, with buses, we brought the families of our military so as they could stay at the same place. We have several cities which took people, that is Vicenza, Gouda, Plotzk, and the majority of those households with children, and they say, yes, we want to come back, surely. You begin to communicate with them, and you even understand that they never follow the news. And they say, but we've already went to Disneyland with children. We had a resort in Spain, but we never had such opportunities in Ukraine. Yes, it is hard here. It's hard to work, but that's it. So the chances that they would come back are decreasing monthly. So that is why we're doing whatever we can. Thank you, Sergei Ivanovich. So first that was optimism, but then much worse. We'll speak about that as well. I'd like to move to Alexandra Konstantinovna, who recently and lately has dealing with regional policy in the state bloc. The minister, the vice prime minister, but we knew that regional policy was the topic of Azarkhina. Could you please tell, how do you see the economic recovery of the communities, knowing that we don't know how many people we'll have, how communities would look like, and how it would take place? How you can see the reports from the side, whatever has been done, at least during the last year. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me start that the beauty of Ukraine is that you can do lots of wonderful things, being even beyond the parliament. Especially it's nice to be here as a free expert of the free country. So, you know, there is the opportunity to promote whatever we were doing during the last year, because I'm sure those points and issues had lots of allies. Answering your question, definitely, the issue about the population and about the basic infrastructure is what's in the foundation of how we need to go along the issues of economic recovery. Let me use this information space and show you just a couple of slides, what we name transition book. That is, in Ukrainian, maybe we should say, yeah, the book of transition. So in 24 pages, we collected the main points about our work, and in the supplements and annexes, we have certain researches which confirm that. So answering your question is this short slide devoted to the regional policy. Speaking in a systematic way on how we need to provide economic recovery, we need to understand perfectly how our regional policy should be. So it's important to finalize the formalization of the recovery of the update of the strategy of regional policy, and there, in particular, you have the basic demographic script scenario. According to the basic demographic scenario, you'll be able to move to who you're training, who you're creating investments for, and which economic projects you may implement. Under our conditions, of course, our attitude towards any strategy should be flexible. We need to understand what's the script, how it is, status quo. The scenario, it will be worse, and the scenario will have improvement. Of course, whatever is happening with the energy sector, whatever we feel, is not what would inspire us for the better scenarios. But still, we need to realistically assess these figures, and from the positions of the central, regional, and community level, we can provide certain forecasts. And very often, I get to the experience of of Japan. When in fact they are speaking about the priorities of their recovery, they say that 4 points are in their agenda. First, that is stabilization of the mental health of the population. Secondly, the provision of job places. They think that the first depends on the second. If the person has employment, if the person has where to work at, then he or she will be useful for the society. And only then we are moving to the issue of the infrastructure and the update and the renovation of the bigger scale projects, which should be about the economic recovery. That is why the basic points are about the regional policy, the basics about the reform of the local self-governance, transparent and accountable recovery with the leadership of the community, because I'm sure that the approach which we used to have now, which would provide the opportunity to provide the initiative from the bottom, is needed from the grassroots level, because it allows you. It's not even about the reform as it is for the local self-governance authorities. There is a wonderful Nobel laureate, Elinor Ostland, and she got the Nobel Prize because she showed how different models of the common resources use within one society may help the society to be more sustainable, and also the ones which, depending on the different models, which are working at the different levels of the community, it will give you the opportunity that when you have an error, the whole system is not being ruined. You have the opportunity to work in the most efficient way. This model has to be preserved. This is the QR code. We will also send our transition book, because I don't know, I did not check the news. Maybe we have the new ministry, I don't know, but still, the strength of Ukraine is that we have the civil society, we have the communities, the expert society. So in fact, our transition book, first of all, should be given to the experts. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexandra. You can now watch the happy person who is not watching the news. And such people, in fact, exist in this hall. Now I'd like to move to Max Nefedov. I'd like to introduce him as the co-founder of the Technology of Progress. I thought that Alexandra would speak about DREAM as well, but Max has something to do with the formation of the system everybody is speaking about, and which they will bring to Berlin now. And also he was the co-participant of the Prozoro formation, including my participation as well. So Max, I have the same question. Successful cases of success for the development of communities in the economic sphere, if we need it for the victory. Good day. For several years already, I had this happy transition into international expert. I came back to the business, and I'm the co-founder of the NGO Technologies of Progress. We are doing lots of projects, starting with the IT ones, to the monitoring of customs office, to the projects connected with the recovery, with the creation of the system of risks management, and so on. So in fact, what we can see as a component of the DREAM ecosystem, we are a tiny part which is responsible for the civil participation, for the control and overview of what is taking place, so as we could give any citizen, the journalist and the resident of this or that city, a person who was obliged to move to a different corner of the country or even beyond the country, some information about what is taking place and some of the tools how you can impact. So what we can see, in fact, the situation is much more positive than it is reflected in our social media. On the one hand, well, definitely, we cannot just decrease or understate the problems which we face. But very often, our situation is shown as if we have only ruining and just increase of losses and issues. And if anything is done, then it is done on the contrary. This is the reason for the criticism, let us not create the roads, even the ones which lead to the front line, because how can we now construct roads? We need to do something else. In fact, out of what we can see in the ecosystem of DREAM, there are lots of thousands of projects which are now at the different stages of implementation, from the smaller ones, very local ones, to the bigger ones, like the ones which have never been during the independence years of Ukraine. Definitely, the quality of this data and its relevance is reflecting all the issues. On the other hand, the strength of our decentralization and local authorities. There are super cool examples and weird examples as well. Sometimes I'm telling with a joke about some communities in exile because they have to create as many projects as possible at the occupied area. As soon as you come there, there are some depots for the firefighters, and even the design documentation has been ordered. The work is just been done. But still, there are lots of nice examples. What are we doing, and where it can be interesting for the mayors and representatives of the communities? We would like to create a system which partially has something to do with this component, including the mental health, which was mentioned by Alexandra above, because it seems to me that now we've got so much bad news that we should in fact include and embed some better news. The better news is that every person can see what is being reconstructed in his or her city, what has already been reconstructed, and as we hope, we can make a rational conclusion about whether we should come back, or maybe there is an opportunity to come back to Ukraine. In many places, the situation is much better than it is expected.
We suggest several instruments available for every person to influence the process. And on the other hand, we hope sincerely that part of the mayors and councillors will utilize these instruments with panel comments on specific projects, the likes and dislikes, challenges, complaints, and real monitoring that is available in many regions with the crowdsourcing to add the information. On the other hand, on the one hand, it is signals for the implementing agents, the ramps with the 50-degree slide. This is not about corruption. This is not about a bad mayor who is actually cruel. This is our construction, this is our architecture, urban design, and whatnot. And we are trying to influence such situations and do something about it. Well, let me emphasize the philosophy of this whole thing. This is not just a classical instrument for monitoring civil society organizations. Our principal request to us from USAID and the EU delegation is to showcase for the West also that the projects are being implemented. Nobody is without fault, nobody is perfect, but still, sometimes in Twitter or whatever its new name is, but it's there are some such posts as there is no war in Kiev, McDonald's is fully operational, or President bought another villa in Germany, which used to belong to German Nazi Parteigen, so it's something that is completely crazy, but somebody is perceptive. Well, many mayors would be interested in this kind of cooperation. And we have to prove here that the government promises such a school, 2 stories, basketball field, and that the school was destroyed or badly damaged in the war. People taking pictures on their cell phones, and then a happy family picture. Somebody goes to that school built with the money of U.S. taxpayers. This is a story that we would like to present and hope to present at URC, and that's what we would like to arrange for the ecosystem of trust and caring. So if you wish to monitor, to comment, please join us. There is a whole toolkit for this purpose. For representatives of communities, don't take us as your enemies. We are not there to inspect you. We are rather your partners, and recovery goes as planned, as expected by the community members. All the issues with equality can be rectified and made up for in due course. And this is the Ukraine we will be happy and proud to leave for the posterity to enjoy and live in. Well, you know that Mr. Dligic was the mastermind of economic strategy 2030 and also is a business board member for 1,500 people. You are a great visionary. And what are the examples of good examples to showcase this cooperation? I'm also very much in favor of positive developments. I was listening to Maxim, and I fully agree that we need constructive developments, visualization, and we have to get out of this vicious circle where we are scared of ourselves, and we actually terrorize ourselves. Thank you, Alexandra, for mentioning strategy. Strategy now. Business cannot do without strategy. It is not a survival quest, and it's an exploration and gain quest. And this is a different kind of strategizing that takes special activities, scenarios with vignettes, but the enemy is fighting in our territory, mind you. If we even try to appease them, to be reactive, Igor Lisky mentioned at one of the panels about Zhytomyr, that was again. Why do you reconstruct a production facility destroyed by a Russian missile? Because the risk is very high that it will be hit next time. And he said very clearly, if we do not reconstruct, that will mean that we give up. And that is the key issue. Well, we are not talking about recovery. This is about modernization. We have to build back better and develop better and upgrade. Business, it's not just that I'm a board member. I lead a coalition of 97 business associations. Our business community is not in the mood to wait, sit and wait. They are very active, notwithstanding all those negative scenarios looming. Business is about knowing your prospects for the year. If you ask about the government, will the economy go down? Yes, but we will go up by 20%. That's what they see, and that's the reason for our optimism. And what Maxim was discussing with the trust. And this is cashback, this is white hat business, and this is about the problem review and revision if necessary. They understand that they have to raise the tariffs and that they have to raise the taxes in some cases, but then the state abandons economic booking. And for the cities and towns, this is a key challenge, not the infrastructure, not the backouts. 25% of the personnel lacking. And the dynamics is extremely negative. Novovolinsk is a smaller town in the west of Ukraine. A destination for IDPs, 2,000 people lacking for business development. For the jobs available, 50,000 people in the town, laborers, office managers, you name it. They need it all. There are two solutions that we can offer. Number one is economic booking, and for business to be able to book the absolutely necessary workforce. Secondly, guided migration. And it's not about managing, but well, if with negative and positive scenarios and our vision presented, that's the reason why more and more Ukrainians do not come back, and more Ukrainians would like to migrate when the opportunity comes their way. And this survey actually is an eye-opening study in that respect. For the state, for a municipality, it should be manageable, it should be doable. And last but not least, simulations with the toolkit that we made available for the communities working with different communities in very different regions of Ukraine, with the tax incentives and local taxes, we can actually attract relocation. Vinnytsia is going to be one of the industrial destinations for the relocating agents. The potential is there. And the same we can say about Khmelnytsky and Ivano-Frankivsk and other cities and towns in Ukraine. But for this toolkit to present itself, we have to abandon the emotional model and to try to be objective, to simulate, to calculate. And the accessibility. About the ramps, Mr. Nefedov was referring to. I'm also involved with the Center of Behavioral Economy Communication Policy with the mental health. There is a big problem. 1/3 of Ukrainians are in a very difficult situation. And by the end of this year, we'll have 60% of Ukrainians with some kind of disorder. Accessibility, accessible society, we can repeat 1,000 times, communication policy, right supreme, but if there is no access to the space, to a community, well, when people with disabilities cannot actually access the facilities, medical or otherwise, it is all in vain. This is not just accessible society, it's accessible space. A comment from local self-governments. I love Zhytomyr, the only big city in Ukraine without any business community board. Well, perhaps there is no size that fits all, but we have opened some projects during the war, and on the 12th in Berlin, we are meeting investors for another land plot. It's 200 million euros worth. Everything is going to be okay, but for business, it's very important to have this continuity and avoid any interruption. 30 to 35 megawatts of backup generation, that is stability for you. And Zhytomyr has a strategy, and we have some thing changed by the war inevitably, but I'm talking about the global, well, like this word global, national strategy perhaps. This, the number of people taken into account by the base lines. I am one of the contributors to the national demographic strategy, so I'm well versed. But this is another script, another scenario, as we call them, and planning. But that's with the Crimea and the temporarily occupied territories, as we prefer to call them. Much fewer people, in fact, and mobilization that can actually choke any any kind of strategy. And the fourth generation for the front line, well, and this war can continue for 3 to 5 to 6 years if we are determined to regain the territory in the borders of 1991. We have to mobilize 1 million people. And when we say that that will mean a stoppage at some company, maybe then the people will be able to come back to their jobs from abroad if we win the war. There should be some national strategy for us to understand the destination, the end state, and the end game. Well, thank you very much, Andrei. I'm trying to navigate you to the second item. Andrei is going to be our ambassador for recovery or institution of local self-governance. This is Andrei Dlihich. And so I encourage you to stay with him. And another comment, and this is about what Sergei discussed. We cannot do nothing. Somebody does not do anything. Everyone to one's own. And local governments do things under the law and extra, and everyone else in the same way. So I remember that other panel, and I was a bit concerned, and I do not want to mention. And you have to push and pull, and you understand that there is the stick instead of carrot. You bite the bullets, and on this panel, though, you can relax and use your imagination. Thank you for pushing and pulling. Thank you for delivering. It's not just the armed forces, it's also us, and it's everybody. But we have to strategize for the future. Here's my question. Whether local self-governance would, without participation of the central agencies and any kind of participation, and develop themselves an economic community without any assistance from the state. The state doing its own thing, too often to the detriment of local development. And that is similar to the question that we had for the first panel. Can a community independently develop technoparks or cooperatives for that matter? Of course not. And for this war, we should not actually think of any kind of separatism. We are in the same boat. Now, this is all the architecture, all the strata, and of course we have to know how to row in this boat in an orderly fashion so that we can move in the right direction. Upstream, downstream, and in Ternopil, you had so many programs of your own for business development without any national involvement. We actually use opportunities that come our way. That's the way we are. But we are dreaming of togetherness with the state and all the people, the nation. Serhiy Sukhomlin. They can do it, I think, but it is not the right thing to do, mind you. I've had a couple of cases, an Italian big company building a plant in Ukraine, in Zhytomyr, in Slovenia. There are two destinations, and an extraordinary session, and they say it is our plot. Nobody pays for it, but it is still there. And we have this session. We give it to an Italian company. Inspections, law enforcement, the security service. But we survived. We knew how to deal with that, and we have a plan. But of course, we shall overcome someday. That is the day is much more definite and much nearer when we do it together. Anything can be done without the central government, industrial park, but this is not right. We have to play by the rules, and it should be logical, possible, but difficult, and unnecessarily so. Well, another question, and we have people from locals of governance and with the nation, with the state, but there are some mayors who are responsible for economic development. Maybe this is a way to avoid responsibility, because the framework is established by the central government, but the local taxes are established by local communities. Mr. Nefedov. Well, let me say that I am a community member, and I am a councillor of Kyiv City Council. So you're all also irresponsible. No, I'm wearing two responsible hats, both white. And but this is a happy story. And I would like to say that for the time of this war, our great forte is that everyone does more than one can be reasonably expected to do. And nobody would think at the Ministry of Infrastructure that they would be assigned with the armaments, logistics, or Ministry of Transformation, drone procurements, that would become their principal responsibility. And this is true for all the people with body armor or radio electronic warfare devices and capabilities. This is our joint responsibility. This is not about us criticizing the state on the social media. Well, we can hardly expect any kind of breakthrough anytime soon. So we are very much in favor. It's our state. It's our nation. Well, answering the question what the state can do, well, a lot. That's my answer. And a lot can be done inside and beyond. Well, one example that we did with the British government in Lviv, where we had first the concept paper for Signivka industrial park. It's now called Altera. There is that investor. So it is a great example in its own right for industrial parks. We have all sorts of incentives and the laws revisited. And the new package of regulations coming from the Ministry of Economy actually it happened last week. Of course, we should not sing praises to each other, but we should not also deny that things can be done. And it is not true, again, simply not true. And for the industrial park, there is the demand, and the residents are available. They want to develop their clusters and whatnot. And this is a motivating example, inspiration for many communities. We have this terrible cooperation of the governments. I remember 5 years ago, I was doing my time in the government and with the ministry together with the best ministry imaginable, the champions of reform, all the ministers being our cronies. Well, it will produce zero effect, but we have to keep trying harder. Everyone at one station. Alexander, would you count the jobs together and the ministries counted? Yes, we had that situation. But I would like to agree with the mayors. And for economic opportunities and economic policy, of course, there are plenty of opportunities. And moreover, I'm sure that there is a great number of local activists going to Berlin conference. And that will be your opportunity to get local, indeed. And the principal factor of local policy is this air defense system. Economic development depends heavily. It's actually hands on this hinge, on this peg, because we have this elephant in the room, as they like to call it. Of course, in this comfortable room, we might forget it for a moment, but it is still there. So, air defense, of course, that's the universal umbrella. Under the central agencies, so Sergei, who is more important? Business. Well, business is agile. Thousands of companies relocated, some, a good many, inside the country. So, sometimes outside. But business will vote for the promising local authorities with housing being development that's qualified and not people, laborers being available. And that's business. For the general rooms of the game, they are most painful for businesses. The regulation is slow but steady, and that's what business can see. They do not invest much hope in customs or tax system. Nothing seems to be moving there. And with the new tax notes, now that we have another piece of evidence. Without normal rules, our business community won't see any breakthrough, critical opportunities. But business can always adjust to any kind of rules. Not for the benefit of the state. If you want to tax more, that will mean that they will go into the shadow. White business clubs, well, more corruption. Disbalance, or regional or industrial or sectoral for that matter, that will mean corruption corruption guaranteed, corruption indeed. The more transparent the rules are, the easier it will be for business to develop. Thank you very much. That's the same thing. The mayor has reported to us, no matter how great local conditions are or municipality management, this won't fly without the national government and its proper involvement. So that concludes our panel. But we started with a small delay. Let us launch another block. I cannot see our sponsors somehow. Whether they approve of this, I don't know.
So concluding, what question would I like to pose? Definitely, the only wish of all of us who are here and not here is our victory, so we could create. This is the main wish. But I have the question to each of the speakers for the short answer. Victory. What would you like, definitely, to achieve for the economic development to take place how you would like it to see after the victory? The victory is the main wish. What's the second wish for the economic development of the community? Andriy, the only and understandable rules of the game. Thank you. And the comeback of the people. Okay, this is definitely a dream. I know Ligach is writing that down. Thank you, Sergei. Alexandra. The only unified rules of the game and Euro integration. Thank you. Max. Well, let me say, as the person who is dealing with business now, involving and attracting investments, I can see two main challenges. If we overcome them, I'm sure everything will be okay. They are much more cynical and pragmatic than the rules of the game. First of all, is the security umbrella. That is, first and foremost, the ascension to NATO or any of the similar quasi-mechanisms of security, because huge investments would be impossible without that. At least the Western businesses would be afraid to invest. And secondly, Euro integration, because with all of the above-mentioned challenges like demography and the damaged infrastructure, the main investment idea, according to which billions of private capital may come here, is the Euro integration, and connected with that classical relocation of production which the Eastern Europe has already lived through. If we have those 2 points, maybe slower or maybe quicker, with the better or worse rules of the game, but still everything will be okay. Thank you. Thank you, Max. The security guarantees is compulsory. And then altogether. Andriy, could you please make the conclusions, what we all would like to achieve? No. Let me tell about myself first and then the conclusions. I have a great wish, so as we could integrate into Europe, not as the poorest country of Europe, that we will have enough time before the Euro integration to provide all the necessary liberal reforms, so as we could become the country of opportunities for the talents, for the innovators, for the inventors, for the investors, for the entrepreneurs. The country of opportunities is really the well-implemented liberal reforms, equal opportunities for and conditions for everyone. Yes, with the rule of law, with the protected intellectual protection and ownership and inclusive state. The state which is finally capable to create inclusive institutions involving civil society, experts for the common discussions of the policies. So as first we could have discussions of the state policies and later the texts of the law drafts, not to discuss the legal texts, but the principles according to which they are created. And local self-governance, definitely, as the foundation for the future democracy after our future democracy. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, our participants. We are giving the floor to the next speaker in time. Maybe there are questions. We do not have any questions. Are there questions? Okay, then I give the floor to the next one. As far as I remember, the conclusion and closing remarks. Right? Please, Taras. Thank you so much for the timing. You did it even much better than I did. So we're moving to the final panel, the final speech. You know, the last 2 years, when we were speaking about recovery, we had lots of questions raised, whether it is relevant. First, we need to win the war, then there will be recovery, and so on. Today we can hear two main points. First of all, we have the lack of money for the army. Secondly, people are not coming back home. And those were the messages when we were trying to provide why we need to deal with recovery here and now. For people not to leave, but to come back. And why? Just because so we could fund the army. The figure which was mentioned by the city mayor of Khmelnytsky, 37% of the budget is spent for the funding of the army. This is the high indicator all over communities, and this is just during 2023. Simultaneously, during the same year, there was the massive campaign against the local authorities, no to the pebbles. Phenomenal stories. We, in fact, showed the connection between the information policy and the capacity of the local self-governance. But unfortunately, we can see that there is a decrease of support in one of the last bastions of the trust of Ukrainians after the army to the local self-governance. Now we have the critical assignment to keep this trust, to develop it, so as to move on and forward. I'm giving the floor now to Valery Pekar, who will tell more details about his vision of the outcomes of the research, where we are moving to, and after that we'll have the opportunity to discuss that a bit. Valery? Good day, dear colleagues. I have a very nice and responsible task to provide a package for whatever we heard during the whole day in several minutes. I just jotted down 10 points, and I'll try to share them with you. I don't know whether it can lead to your consent or not. Point 1. I really loved the slogan which Lubomir Mesiv said, taking it from the book Arsenal this year. Living on the fringe, at the edge. My first point, finally everybody understood that this is a marathon. We had huge expectations of 2022, 2023. We were really romanticists and a huge optimism about anything. This optimism is over, and in fact, the optimism is there. 71% of optimists is a very high percentage during the war. 71%. But romanticism is over. Everything came back to the previous level of 2021. And altogether, this pessimism to the level of 2018. Romanticism is over in all the understandings. We need to work, not to just being romanticism. So we have this pile-up of exhaustion, uncertainty. We don't have the vision. There's the lack of trust. The expectations are negative. Yes, we stood against the enemy, but what will be further on? The emotional state is not the best among the society. You know that. Point 2. Good for you, which is confirmed by the figures. It's not my emotional assessment. The assessment of the quality of services in the cities have historically maximum level. Last year we had the same assessment. It did not go down, but during the previous years this point was lower. In 2022-2023 we achieved the highest mark and will preserve it for the next year. That's really good. Third point. And again, emotional state of disbelief and exhaustion is connected to the emotional state of trust to you. When people are asked which cities you have, they are well-groomed, they are joyful, they are comfortable and convenient. As Alexander Sienkiewicz was right to say, this is an emotional assessment, and it reflects not the current state of affairs, but the dynamics. So it is positive. In all of the cities, almost in all of the cities, answering the question whether their cities are well-groomed, whether they are joyful or not, whether they are convenient or not, they say they are so convenient. This is your assessment. The fourth point. We have the negative tendency of the decrease of trust to all of the institutions. Local self-governance should be an exclusion. However, it is not. And it is not just the end of romanticism, the decrease of euphoria and the marathon, but still the attack against the local self-governance, which we could all see, and the object of that is local self-governance. Unfortunately, lots of people in the central authorities who started and implemented this attack against local self-governance didn't have the understanding that we are in the one boat. You are taking the water into the boat from another side, but the whole boat sinks. They thought that attacking you, they will increase their ratings. They decrease the trust towards you and the trust towards themselves. It's not working like that, because the boat is one and only. And until we have this understanding, there will be weird decisions which will be painful for everyone. Instead of playing the win-win game, the win for the central authorities, for the local self-governance, for the citizens, we are playing lose-lose game. I don't know, the stupid and the stupider. What's the name of that game, honestly? Fifth. Really, we have the very acute decrease of the corruption perception. Answering the direct questions, have you ever been connected, or have you ever heard about corruption? Maybe any of your acquaintances did. People say no, much more often than they used to. So the point of Russian propaganda about the total corruption in Ukrainian authorities is totally refuted. People never faced corruption, but it is very high, and everybody believes. I've never seen it, I never faced it, my friends never faced it, my relatives never faced it, but I definitely know that the corruption is incredibly high, because everybody tells so. Instead of playing the win-win game, again we are playing the lose-lose game. Who is winning? No one is winning. There are people who think that maybe they will gain something on that. There are people who can gain likes. No, everyone will be losing. We know how to play this lose-lose game in Ukraine. That's one more example. The conversations about corruption, and unfortunately a huge number of people do not understand that the victory has the higher priority than anti-corruption. Because if there is no victory, there won't be anyone who would measure this level of anti-corruption, just like that. And altogether, there will be totally different people creating the new rules of the game and telling what we should do. The sixth point. The society is not that... it's ready for escalation, it's ready and been adjusted, the economy is being adjusted. And I don't support the points that the society doesn't want mobilization. It's enough to go to the military commissariat and see what is really taking place there. As for the people who are constantly saying that mobilization is needed, and there are people who are dodging the draft, that those are totally different people. No, those are the same people. The dodgers are the people who are ready to serve in the armed forces of Ukraine. We just need to make the order in the sphere and to come back to the main value which the revolution of dignity gave us, that is, the dignity. According to the new unwritten social contract. Social contract is not the paper signed by anyone. This is what we have in the minds of the people. According to the new social contract, dignity should be at the first place. If we don't have it, the trust decreases, and the same people who are ready to serve in the army will avoid the patrols, because they understand that the humiliation is not what they are ready for, and the service for the armed forces in Ukraine is what they are ready for. The seventh point, fatalism. I do apologize, 17%. 15% are using the shelters, even in Kharkiv city. By the way, it depends. If everybody says that they don't use the shelters in the east, but they do in the west, yes, surely. Lviv is using bomb shelters much more frequent than Kharkiv does. But Sumy city uses the shelters more than Kharkiv does. Ivano-Frankivsk, not that much as Lviv region, but though this is the same region, the west. So, in its essence, we have a kind of Ukrainian fatalism. All of the assessments and grades of Kharkiv are overstated, and we have this pain shock. People with pain shock will say that they support everything for 200%, and they're happy for 300%, because they feel this pain, and we need some understanding for that. Point 8. The Ukrainian geography has changed. And it's not only about displaced persons. It's not only about relocated economy. The economic and political life has shifted, and what's the shift is defined by how the local self-governance and local leaders are cooperating with the local business and civil society. But we have the re-regionalization of Ukraine, and we can see it from the sociological data. This is the Soviet concept of South, which is deconstructed, especially after Kakhovka Dam explosion. We have the separation. Well, we used to have Mykolaiv, Odessa, Kherson, which had similar indicators. Now they're different. Odessa now is the city which is fighting for its new identity, and I really support the Odessa project of decolonization of Odessa, the search of the new history of Odessa, in fact, the old, real story of Odessa. As it was said by Yevhen Hlibovitsky, the old map of Ukrainian regions reflected the weather forecast at the Soviet TV. This is the west, this is the east, the south, the north, this is the sunny weather, this are the clouds. This distribution was artificial, it was Soviet. We know that Mariupol is south, not the east. And finally, at this new map, we see the reflection of that obsolete, old, real Ukraine, which was destroyed by Soviet Union and which we couldn't see at the Soviet maps. All of those older regions, historical ones, are now being reflected in the sociological data because they're here in the minds. They're not on the map. They're not in the tables. They're in the minds of the people. Even the ones who moved to a different city and are receiving this culture. We can see Slobozhansky region, which is very specific now. We can again see, as I already mentioned, restructurization of the South according how it is really used to be, or not how it was reflected on the Soviet maps. This older Ukraine is coming back, and no one could destroy it in 100 years. It's really good. This is how we'll win. And unfortunately, bad news is that we have new limits. When we used to have the limit of occupation, sorry to say, the occupation which we had in Kyiv region for several months, it will be seen for many years ahead of us, maybe for dozens of years. And the occupation fringe, which is stable, what was occupied since 2014, it is in the sociological, economic and political maps will be visible for 25, 30 years after the victory. Germany has been united after the fall of the communism. The political, economic, all of the maps, you cannot see the separation line between the so-called democratic republic and federative one. At the sociological maps, you can see it still. But how many years have passed since then? The same is here. And it influences the electoral picture, so we need to reunite the country, not to separate it. Point 9, priorities. You could have seen the priorities: the armed forces of Ukraine, veterans, the recovery through modernization, build forward, not build back better, really vulnerable social groups. You can see the assessment of the protection of the socially vulnerable groups, people with disabilities, with children, the elderly. They have really low estimates about their vulnerability. The recovery is needed for the comeback of the people. That was mentioned for multiple times. I don't know, maybe let me tell that in brackets. Search for gas generators and bring them to the cities. Don't hope and expect anything from the central authorities. They will not do anything. They will speak a lot, but they will not do anything. The winter will come. I've just made a comment for the German TV. Who is going from the central authorities to Berlin? No one does. They give us money, but no one takes them. This is about the destroyed institutions. My last point is very simple. We need to stop destroying and to begin constructing. Self-. Of all, institutionally. This is the appeal for the people who are not present here today. If I say that we need to stop the attack against local self-governance, and we need to create victory as the first place, not the corruption. We shouldn't just liquidate ministries and change the names. My speech is into the void because you, all of the presentees, know that perfectly. So thinking what I should tell you, I would tell the following. First, people believe you. This is the biggest value which you could gain during your life. People believe you. This is a huge value. And secondly, be united. Otherwise, the chaos will prevail. Unfortunately, chaos has lots of strength now, not only in Moscow, Washington, Beijing, or Tehran, but also many people are on the side of chaos, and they are in Ukraine. So chaos can be overcome only together. Let us do that. Otherwise, it would be painful. I don't know how optimistic it sounds, but still, this is the moment when we need to take this huge trust and to convert it into the strength of repelling chaos. Let us do that. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, пане Валерію. Про довіру і єдність це точно було.
Thank you, Mr. Valery. It was very optimistic about trust and unity. If you have any questions, please raise your hand if you want to comment. But unless you do, I will be putting a question. Speaking about this Kharkiv citizen, now they're in the pain shock. What will happen when it disappears? First of all, let's be ready that in Kharkiv all the numbers will just drop very sharply, immediately. Because now people are there in their pain shock, but at some time, at some point, it will end, it will run out. And but I should say that not only in Kharkiv, not only for the frontline cities, not only frontline cities are in the pain shock. All our cities, all our citizens are in a sort of pain shock mentality. People don't want treatment. People want they don't want to feel pain. They want to have some injection, some painkiller, which will make them numb. So what can I say? It's very important to think about the future. The role of leaders is to give hope and to show the way. Two things: to show the way and to give hope. This is your main role: to find money, to implement projects, to renew energy, power capacity. It's all important part of your job, but as somebody very correctly said today, stop being self-government bodies, become local leaders. Oksana said that, and thanks to you, Oksana, for those wonderful words. The role of leader is the local governance manager is to do all those things which you are doing, and you are doing them very well. But the leader role is to show the way and to give hope. People have tremendous motivation, tremendous inner power to do it by themselves, but somebody should show them the way and give hope. And sometimes happens that we see that anonymous Telegram channel are not ready to do this, to show the way and to give hope. And also there are many non-anonymous Telegram channels and TV channels which don't give hope and don't show the way. But people trust in you, and that's why you can give them hope and show them the way. Oksana, once again, thank you for this very, very acute expression. Very good advices, and I would like to end our conference on this optimistic note, and I give the floor to the closing remark to the director of Republican Institute in Ukraine, Michael.
Дякую. Тільки дві речі. Перші, дуже дякую нашим гостям.
First of all, thanks to our guests today, to our interlocutors, to our deputies, people deputies, and to our online guests as well. And the most important thanks to our IRA team. Second, we are with you. We are with your city. We stand together with your city until the victory and afterwards. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. We have coffee and even more coffee and some sweets, some treats. I invite you to taste them and to join in the